Pelé called football the beautiful game. Cruyff declared winning is an important thing. And Mourinho said, "If you have a Ferrari and I have a small car, to beat you in a race I have to break your wheel or put sugar in your tank." Let's forget about that last lunatic and focus more on the guy who said the second thing, Johan Cruyff. The leader of total football, the thoroughfare that explains the history of football tactics. This documentary hopes to explain the totality of total football. Sir William Temple said of the Dutch, "The envy of some, the fear of others, and the wonder of all their neighbours." He came out with that little nugget in 1673, exactly 300 years before Johan Cruyff encapsulated it perfectly. Before we get to him though, we've got to send ourselves back 100 years to a boggy pitch on Hamilton Crescent in Partick, where Scotland and England played the first ever international game of football. There were no goals, but the event was marked as a success, particularly for the Scots, entirely made up from the Queen's Park team who played the sport with passes as opposed to English dribbling. Football would never be the same again. Let's smash out a quick history lesson. Bob McCall takes this Queen's Park passing game to Newcastle in 1901. There, Peter McWilliam learned how to play it, bagged it up and went down south to London, where he utilised it at Tottenham Hotspur in 1912. Around the same time, coaches from either side of the northern border, John Tate Robertson and Jimmy Hogan, decided to fuck off away from an island that didn't care much to remember them. They spread the passing game over the continent, and thanks to them, we have the beautiful version of the beautiful game sprouting up in places like Austria, Hungary, Italy, and even further afield in South America. From one dusty game of November football in the 1870s, we have snowballed into the mid-20th century delights of Mathis Sindelar and the Austrian Wunderteam, as well as Herbert Chapman and his WM at Arsenal in the 1930s. Dynamo Moscow's Passovotchka, River Plate's La Machina, and Erno Erbstein's Il Grande Torino of the 40s, Hungary's magical Magyars and Arthur Rowe's kick and rush Spurs of the 50s, followed by Brazil's magical World Cup winners in 58 and 62. All influential, all successful, but none of them total football. In each of those there's varying degrees of passing and moving, of pressing, of coordination for sure. Total football though was a completely different sport. Players had previously interchanged positions, mainly horizontally or mainly to drop into a new formation. Total football demanded free movement of players anywhere, horizontally across the pitch, vertically up the pitch, but crucially not vertically up into the sky. Jetpacks weren't knocking about yet. The key being, if a defender fancied himself as an attacker, your original attacker and midfielder best drop back to maintain the formation. Pressing had been seen before, but not to such a degree of paramount importance that it inferred the rest of the system. Press the opposition goalkeeper and both the midfield and defence had to push up too, making an offside trap a naturally occurring tool. This made space the most important thing on the pitch. Their defensive half of the pitch was rendered unplayable because of the ludicrously high offside trap. Their attacking half of the pitch stretched as big as possible. What better country to be at the forefront of such spatial ingenuity than one in a constant battle with the North Sea? The Netherlands. In 1955, Albert Camus wrote that Amsterdam was boring. He said, "For centuries pipe smokers have been watching the same rain on the same canal." I would say little did he know when it comes to football being professionalised in Netherlands the prior year of that quote, but he was famous for being quite a good goalkeeper, so we Camus probably kept in the loop. But little did he know what effect this infinitesimal event would have on Amsterdam and Netherlands as a whole. The Dutch's late arrival to professionalisation was key to such a massive tactical revolution. When most coaching minds had contorted themselves to the WM for decades and some plotted the next evolution to the 4-2-4, the Dutch simply slipped from their archaic and by now kamikaze 2-3-5 into the 4-2-4. It meant Dutch minds were more malleable to how the sport could and should be played. 65 years previous, football arrived in the Netherlands, and at the dawn of the 20th century, Ajax were formed. 10 years into that existence, they began a trend when Jack Kerwin of County Wicklow in Ireland became their first professional foreign manager, and this would become the norm. 5 years later, they hired Jack Reynolds, a Manchester City reject who sought refuge in the Netherlands during World War I. Across the next 3 decades, he'd spent 25 years in charge of the club in various spells. A disciplinarian and worker of a 16-hour day, Reynolds pedalled attack is the best form of defence football, and there, Ajax's mantra was born. He began setting up the youth team in the same methods as the senior team to breed a style of play throughout the club. He was actually the first to coach Ajax to their first unbeaten league season a full 76 years before Louis van Gaal could do the same. He oversaw the building of a new stadium, De Meer, in 1934, slap bang in the middle of an Ajax golden age. But by 1959 they were just another team, until they hired Vic Buckingham. It had been 12 years since Jack Reynolds had been in charge, and the club had won just 1 league title in that time. The thread in what must have felt like a chasm between the eras of Reynolds and Buckingham was Janny van der Veen. A youth coach at Ajax, it was he who Johan Cruyff credited with his development during the late 50s and early 60s. The likes of Piet Keizer, Johan Neeskens and Ruud Krol all benefited from his work too. They will be passed on to Vic Buckingham as the spine of a new team. First off, Buckingham had some success to achieve, and he did so almost instantly. He deployed the kind of system that he had played in under Joe Hume and Arthur Rowe at Tottenham Hotspur. His fluid WM, borrowed from those great minds, won the league in his first season and the KMVB Cup the campaign after, before he fled mysteriously into the night. The groundwork had been done. The foundations now needed to be laid so Amsterdam could adequately swagger into the swinging 60s. Rinus Michels was a footballer of acceptable standard, playing his entire career at Ajax. He'd helped raise those standards considerably in the Dutch capital. He'd been a player when Jack Reynolds returned to coach Ajax in 1945, but like barges in the night on an Amsterdam canal, he and Vic Buckingham had passed by one another unknowingly. Michels retired in 1958, a year before the Englishman took charge of the club. Being a strict professional, Michels furthered his managerial persona after retirement by teaching gymnastics at local schools and coaching amateur football clubs on the side. 7 years after he retired as a player, Michels landed the Ajax job. Probably seems like some astonishing meteoric rise, but Ajax were dogshit at the time, so it wasn't. Michels was tasked midway through the 1964-65 season to keep them safe from relegation. He did so by the proverbial skin of their teeth before embarking on an enormous tactical change. Michels had experience, sure. 4 years at JOS and a year at AFC, Dutch clubs that you're probably thinking I made up. That experience was enough for Ajax to work on, and certainly his former life as a player for the club counted towards his appointment. Before anybody was busy uttering the phrase total football like sheeps in the wind, Michels conformed to the tactical norm of the day, 4-2-4. Under his watch, the physical conditioning of the team shot through the roof, underscored with his first ultimatum to his players. We are going to make Ajax more professional. If anyone is not with me in wanting more discipline and training, say so now, then you can leave. With that, he woke Ajax up from their slumber. Just as Vic Buckingham had done earlier in the decade, Rinus Michels took the club by the scruff of its neck and catapulted it towards the title in his first season. Led by 21-year-old Piet Keizer, it was another homegrown hero who was working his way through the ranks, a player that would come to define the club. Johan Cruyff got his start in the Ajax senior team in 1964 as a fresh-faced teenager against FC Groningen. By the championship-winning campaign of 1965-66, he was fully integrated into the front line alongside his hero, Keizer. Pythagoras in boots himself did the calculations, and 7 points ahead of their nearest challenger, and doing so with an attacking style, Ajax could now finally reassert themselves as the best team in Amsterdam again. Their tag as the best Dutch team in football was reaffirmed shortly after in the European Cup. They had lost 3 of their previous 4 ties in European competition, the start, middle and end of Ajax's history on the continent. That would change in 1966 when they welcomed Liverpool to their European Cup home of the Olympisch Stadion in their last 16. 5-1 was the obliteration on that foggy December evening, a scoreline that Bill Shankly insinuated could be overturned at Anfield. When Cruyff bagged himself a brace in front of the Kop in the second leg, Europe took notice. Until Dukla Prague eliminated them in the next round, but that bit's not so important. Wind in his sails, Michels constructed his first true Ajax team from the back. Velibor Vesovic, a former European Cup finalist with Partizan Belgrade, was deployed as the libero. Youngsters Barry Hulshoff and Wim Serbia joined him in the backline, whilst the exuberance of youth continued through Cruyff and Kaiser, who joined Jack Swart, Henk Groot and Klaas Noninga up front. Ajax would go on to win the title all but one time between 1966 and 1970. Ajax slammed in 122 goals, destroying the league in 67, with Cruyff bagging 34 of those for a ratio of over 1 per game. That double winning season wasn't to be replicated the following year thanks to Den Haag, no not that one, whilst the great Real Madrid had dumped them out of the European Cup's first hurdle. OK, Ajax took the record winners to extra time, but it was pretty obvious that a lack of experience cost them big time. The more they'd be subjected to those lessons though, the less of a viable excuse they could glean from it. The 1968-69 season was arguably the most successful of them all, despite the fact that when they came up for air in the summer of 69, they no longer had silverware to show for it. Feyenoord had pipped them in both League and Cup, despite the additions of Arie Haan and Ruud Krol from the youth team and Jerry Muren from Volendam. The more the season wound on, the more the focus was entirely on Europe. It proved Michels and Ajax's final frontier. The deeper and deeper Ajax delved into Europe, the more Michels began to tinker with the idea of the 4-3-3, yet still heartache presided over their continental campaign. An incredible 3-1 display away at former European champions Benfica earned them a third tie on neutral footing, a performance of arguably greater significance than their 5-1 demolition of Liverpool 3 years prior. It certainly helped them to progress to a round that they had never reached before, and via Spartak Trnava to the promised land of the European Cup final. Two ideologies smashed together at the Bernabeu on that balmy May evening when the godfather of Catenaccio, Nerio Rocco, took apart Michels' flamboyant form of the game on the counter. Again and again, Milan struck Ajax in a damning 4-1 victory that had the Dutch side licking their wounds. And because of their inadequacies back home, they couldn't even hit back immediately. Instead, they were defeated 3-0 at Highbury by Arsenal in the semi-finals of their one and only Fairs Cup campaign. Meanwhile, Ernst Happel won the European Cup by playing a 4-3-3 when his Feyenoord team dispatched a favourite Celtic to become the first Dutch outfit to win the competition. By now, it was evident that Rinus Michels had to be even more ruthless to squeeze that extra percent out of his team. They'd won the double in 1970 but were starving for more. Ahead of the 70-71 season, Johan Neeskens joined the revolving cast of players centrally as Ajax's fluidity reached new heights. At the back, the likes of Serbia and Neeskens were crucial in stifling opponents, whilst Jerry Muren soared to new heights in midfield and Cruyff, Kaiser and Swart were bordering on unstoppable. The season was the pinnacle of Rinus Michels' Ajax. It was a campaign in which Johan Cruyff won European Player of the Year and the club gained all kinds of plaudits, but the season began disastrously. Cruyff himself wouldn't feature regularly until November. He returned having lost his number 9 shirt, so he blindly dug his hand into a pile for his replacement jersey. Out came number 14, and the rest was history. With that number he became a different player, almost a different person. to the extent that he told Rinus Michels in no uncertain terms that he would never ever be substituted again after he was protected against Atletico Madrid in the semi-final of that year's European Cup. To get there, Ajax had beaten another former champion in the shape of Celtic 3-0, another landmark on their way to immortality, as was Cruyff's ascension to not only team leader, but apparently club leader. People are usually agreed on Michels' success had been a bit of a walkover, but it was Michels himself who Cruyff squared up to. He told his coach that he wouldn't ever do that to him again, and Michels rolled over and had his belly tickled by his most important player. And now, this was Cruyff's team. It didn't really matter all that much that Feyenoord had won back the Eredivisie. Ajax had hoovered up enough Dutch honours by this stage. It was Europe where it now mattered, and by overturning Atletico's first leg advantage in the semi-final with 2 late goals, they booked another final, this time against Panathinaikos. They would have to do so without Ruud Krol, who had broken his leg, but in such a team environment they could afford to lose almost anybody and still perform to a high standard. In the opposite Wembley dugout to Michels, fittingly for all kinds of reasons, was Ferenc Puskás. The Hungarian told his players pre-match, "Cruyff is 50% of the team, let us handle him and we'll win the cup." They did not handle him. Dick van Dijk, no not that one, stooped in with a header on 5 minutes and Ajax immediately took to killing the game off with possession of the football. Not since 1953, when Puskás was on the other side of the white line, had Wembley seen such a controlling display. Just to rubber stamp the occasion, Ajax thought they might as well grab a second goal, so Arie Han did so 3 minutes from time. Ajax were European champions. Rinus Michels had no more worlds left to conquer. Of his manager, Arie Han stated, "Michels taught us discipline and structure of the game, something that was missing until then in the team." With the foundation firm, Ajax could now prepare to scale their peak. For mortals, after winning the European Cup, the only place is down. For even the greats, after your manager leaves after that European Cup triumph, the only place is down. For the greatest, it is just the beginning. 15 names were written on Ajax's shortlist to replace Rinus Michels. They went for the cheapest when they hired little-known Romanian Stefan Kovacs, whose application could be compared to some kid playing Football Manager and applying for real jobs for clicks on YouTube. Except Ajax took the bait and they never played so well. When Dutch footballers were seen as amateur and malleable in the 50s and 60s, those footballers had now matured in the 70s and set about taking their new coach to task. Kovacs was drilled thoroughly by his players as they tested his control both on and off the pitch. The Romanian survived those tests. A Michels signing in Horst Blankenberg was promoted to the starting lineup in place of the departing Vasovic. Ruud Krol maintained his place as a team's defensive leader, akin to a Bobby Moore or a Franz Beckenbauer. Krol alongside Wim Serbia on the other side of defence would be the backbone of this team, thanks to their energy out wide. Another new player was Arnold Muren, predictably Jerry Muren's brother, whilst youngster Johnny Rep continued to make strides into the first team from the academy. It was only natural that Ajax took a while to re-enter the Michels groove, but when they did, they outshone anything Michels ever allowed them to do on the pitch. The 1971-72 season can be comfortably characterised as the best Ajax had ever been before, or have been since. Yeah, you heard me, Louis van Gaal. They got revenge over Ajax in the European Cup quarter-final for their Fairs Cup embarrassment 2 years prior. This wasn't an Ajax smarting off the back of their first European Cup final loss. This was an Ajax more mature for those defeats, and now there was something Arsenal still aren't to this day: European champions. 2 years was a long time in football. Some things did stay the same though, and that was Ajax beating Benfica yet again, with the match balanced on a Jack Swart knife edge. The forwards stopped the game from going beyond the 2 legs with a first leg winner. With that final confirmed against Inter, the KNVB Cup was practically theirs after a 5-1 humiliation of their nearest rivals Feyenoord. The Rotterdam outfit couldn't keep up in the league either, as Ajax lost just once, won 30 of their 34 matches and claimed the title with 3 games to spare. The only team that could stop them, Go Ahead Eagles, who were the only thing constituting a bogey team for Ajax around this time. All this, a probable treble as Ajax went into the back and retrieved what is now a well-worn Dutch footballing trope: infighting. Yes, some members of the board with the club a handful of games away from a fucking treble wanted Stefan Kovacs gone. The players stopped it from happening, proving that Kovacs couldn't even grow a backbone for his own job as the club head towards Rotterdam, the perfect climaxing scene for a momentous treble. If by 1972 it was needed any longer, the European Cup final between Ajax and Inter was as clear as a footballing watershed as you can get. Italian catenaccio was out, Dutch total football was in. Ajax finally got their Milanese revenge with 2 Johan Cruyff goals. Changes were made that summer as Kovacs clung on to what little power he had left as the head coach. Van Dijk and Swart were phased out for Johnny Rep and Arnold Muren as the players continued in their nirvana. This time though there was no treble, thanks NAC Breda in the KMVB Cup second round penalty shootout, but Ajax won another 30 league games to pinch their league crown from Feyenoord again, this time by just 2 points. They had trophies galore by the time the season's finale swung around. The Intercontinental Cup was as bruising as ever, but won against Independiente. The first Super Cup would have officially been Ajax's too, had Rangers not been banned from UEFA competition as reigning Cup Winners' Cup champions. Whilst the honours and the overall package denoted that 1972 was Ajax's peak, they saved their best performance for the year after. Their 4-0 quarter-final evisceration of a Bayern Munich in the European Cup is the greatest performance of Ajax's history. Maybe it's the greatest singular best performance by a football team in international competition since Hungary's demolitions over England. Oh, and if anyone ever tells you that Germany and Bayern played a form of total football, go and show them this game and they'll realise what silly versts they are being. Triumph over Real Madrid in the semi-final came with a little more discomfort, but the control they exacted in a 1-0 second leg victory in the Bernabeu showed the chasm of difference since Real had dominated Europe. It was a very long time ago from those first 5 trophies, and even their own elimination of Ajax in 1967. Juventus in the final saw a very much role reversal of the 1969 final, where the Dutch had been cast as the naive youngster, and the Italian had played the part of Europe's kings. Plain to type, Ajax ruled the match with an iron fist in one of the more cold and calculated performances in European Cup final history amidst sweltering Belgrade heat. This was everything the Netherlands hoped their World Cup coronation against West Germany would be the following summer. They got their early goal courtesy of Johnny Rep, and then they passed their Italian foes to pieces, safe in the knowledge that they didn't even need the second strike. In a European Cup final, it's jarring to see one team simply settling to lose by just 1 goal, but that's exactly what Juve did. Of the mood after the final, Barry Hulshoff said, "Deep down, we knew it was over." Stefan Kovacs' time had been coming since the board dared to sack him weeks out from the treble. He probably realised that, as head coach, the real manager of Ajax wore number 14 out there on the pitch in front of him. He didn't have Ajax on a mental leash as Michels did, but gave his players just about enough rope to feel free. His successor, George Noble, was given so much rope that he could hang himself. A small-town manager who presided over the end of Ajax's dominance in Europe and spent a small amount of time as coach. In that time, Ajax imploded. He allowed the players to vote in a new captain, which saw Johan Cruyff overthrown. He instantly kicked his toys out of the pram and chartered a transfer to Barcelona. Reuniting with Rinus Michels, Cruyff helped end Barcelona's 14 years without a league title in his very first season. Meanwhile, Ajax burned through 5 managers in 3 years and wouldn't return to their European pomp for 2 decades. So, whose fault was it anyway? Who do we have to blame for total football? Johan Cruyff will always be pedestaled as the poster boy for total football, but he was shepherded by the minds such as Rinus Michels, who was only upheld in Amsterdam by the great work of Jack Reynolds and Vic Buckingham, who helped transform Ajax before him. They took a little from British coaches who left their own forgetful isles and into the continent where they would be more renowned and more important. The ones who birthed the passing and the moving, Austria's Wunder team, the magical Magyars, Nil Grande Torino, and further afield to River Plate's Machine and Brazil's Joga Bonito. But nobody ever did total football until Ajax. Cruyff needed Michels just as Michels needed Cruyff. The foundations had been worked upon before Michels delivered success, and Stefan Kovacs unshackled an incredible beauty that had never before been seen on a football pitch. The Romanian just about weak enough to allow Cruyff to control the pitch, but crucially not so weak that the entire system would collapse. Kovacs remains underappreciated in his homeland, as a local poll placed him fourth in a list of Romanian football coaches. Without all this, Cruyff would have otherwise outgrown Ajax and Dutch football to create something similar out on his own. The 1970s was pure innovation, across wider society and true of football as well. Whilst Rinus Michels and Johan Cruyff were creating total football in the West, Valery Lobanovsky was behind that iron curtain in modern-day Ukraine doing something similar with Dynamo Kyiv. Here, the family tree of football tactics branches down two avenues, one of Cruyff and Louis van Gaal, as much as they might have despised one another, as well as Marcelo Bielsa and Pep Guardiola. The other branch of Lobanovsky, Arrigo Sacchi, and to the Stuttgart school of modern German football managers, from Ralf Rangnick and Jurgen Klopp to Thomas Tuchel and Julian Nagelsmann. Why, for the past decade, the Premier League has become the undisputed best league in the world isn't for its quality of players or its overabundance of money. It is because these two tactical philosophies have become melded into one through the battles of Guardiola and Klopp, of Man City and Liverpool. We started with three quotes. It's only fair that we complete what Johan Cruyff said. He did say winning is an important thing, but he also ended it with the following: "But to have your own style, to have people copy you, to admire you, that is the greatest gift." And total football certainly did that. Just joining us as a new subscriber, what the fuck are you waiting for? We're 3 issues in. Go check out our first 2 issues here. Total football was dead. The 80s killed all hope with its wing-back system, sweepers in the back line, and rampant hooliganism and stadium disasters. Football needed a bit of light injected back into it, and so too did Ajax. Johan Cruyff came back and tried, but was quickly lured away by Barcelona again. Up step Louis van Gaal, a football war of philosophical ideas, and Ajax's total recall to the top of the European game. Football was dead, at least according to Johan Cruyff. Gone were the times of the 4-3-3 and fluid movement of total football. Here we have wing-backs and sweepers polluting defences throughout the 1980s and 90s. Ajax remained true to the ways of total football throughout the leaner spells of the 1970s and beyond into the 80s. The only problem, they didn't evolve, and in standing still, they found themselves 1,000 steps back from even PSV Eindhoven, who dared to win the treble in 1988, something that had only been the preserve of Ajax and Celtic beforehand. This being Dutch football, philosophical ideologies were chucked into the middle of infighting like a grenade. The club needed the second coming of Cruyff, well, the third as it turned out. He had come back before in 1981 after his proposed retirement in the sun of the North American Soccer League. Several bad investments prompted him to prolong his career on the pitch, so he returned to where it all began, won the league like he knew he would. Inevitably, he'd butt heads with the hierarchy and spitefully join arch-rivals Feyenoord and win the Dutch double with them in his final season as a footballer. A year later came his third coming from the dugout. even if he didn't have the necessary coaching qualifications to be the club's manager in an official capacity. But if there was a man that Dutch authorities would bend at the knee for, it was Johan Cruyff. 3 years of continued pain in the Eredivisie would be Ajax's reality, thanks to Gus Hiddink's generational PSV side. But Cruyff got the ball rolling yet again, deploying an aggressive 3-4-3 instead of the tired 5-man wing-back formations of the day. An act that dragged total football out of the mud, polished it up and pushed it back into the limelight. Armed with players such as Marco van Basten and Dennis Bergkamp under his wing, Ajax claimed their first European trophy since the days of Cruyff out on the pitch, the Cup Winners' Cup of 1987. Another final in the same competition followed 12 months later, only in surprise defeat to Belgian outfit Mechelen. It was the last match Cruyff officially participated in as a part of Ajax. 1973-1988, it did not matter, Ajax suffered from the same fate. Barcelona were calling for Cruyff and they got him. It left Ajax with an unfillable hole to be filled. Cruyff was magnanimous as ever upon his departure. I'd been forced to leave because I'd wanted to take the club to a higher level. 3 times I'd come to Ajax and the trophy cabinet had been empty. Now I was leaving for the 3rd time and again, the cabinet was full. In a vicious little 1-2 double jab, Marco van Basten also fled the nest after banging in 154 goals in 174 matches for the club. He'd graduate to immeasurable success in Italy with Milan. Meanwhile, Johan Cruyff's Barcelona would be one of their successors in Europe, winning their first European Cup in 1992. The true success of his time in Catalonia would be seen in the 21st century, with the flurry of La Masia graduates, first with the midfielder he bred for the manager's job, Pep Guardiola, and his players, such as Lionel Messi, Xavi, Andres Iniesta and others. Dutch football was doing just fine, only it was outside of the borders of Netherlands. Meanwhile, Ajax had their own revolution brewing in Amsterdam. And that revolution began with the reinsertion of Louis van Gaal. Van Gaal was a former no-name Ajax player knocking about in the background when Rinus Michels and Johan Cruyff were busy creating beautiful music. Meanwhile, Van Gaal had to leave and a nondescript playing career took him to Antwerp before returning home for teams like Telstar, Sparta Rotterdam and AZ Alkmaar. His post-playing career would be far from nondescript. The man clearly had an aptitude for the game in other areas and had a similar upbringing to Rinus Michels, a jobbing footballer turned stern teacher outside of the game. A year after his Alkmaar retirement, Van Gaal returned to Amsterdam with Ajax and became the club's youth coordinator. Here he'd coached the next generation of Edgar Davids, Clarence Seedorf and Patrick Kluivert. An interim coach for Ajax when they needed, he was quickly shunted down the ladder for the more experienced Leo Beenhakker, who had unsuccessfully coached Ajax in the past, but more recently, and more successfully to boot, Real Madrid. His return to Amsterdam brought with it an Eredivisie title 10 years since his last, but little else. Soon enough, his assistant would take his job as Ajax took a punt on Van Gaal when sacking Beenhakker in 1991. He was expected to return the club to its rigid philosophical plan but evolve it from the 1970s that it still desperately clung on to. Borrowing a leaf from Cruyff's magnanimous page, Van Gaal greeted his winning of the Ajax job by saying, "Congratulations for appointing the best manager in the world." So yes, this was going to be arrogant Ajax again. He made a lot of enemies not for being so damn brash, but for being incredibly dogmatic in his approach that was busy alienating key club figures like Cruyff and Michels. But Van Gaal allowed the club to breathe again. He got through the tumultuous early days of his reign when Ajax fans chanted for Cruyff's return, and he knew more than anybody that his ramping up in the intensity of training would soon bear fruit. Of course it did, otherwise we would not be producing this video. Van Gaal picked up the ball that Cruyff had begun to run with, modernising Ajax in a 3-4-3 formation while staying true to the club's attacking routes. In Danny Blind, Frank de Boer and Sonny Saloy, Ajax had a new breed of ball-playing defenders across the backline. An energised diamond midfield had the protective Wim Jonk at its base and the elusive Dennis Bergkamp in behind, three forwards. So, why were Ajax suits not impressed? Well, I'll tell you. Ajax were not required to interchange or overlap like they were used to. Sure, this was attacking, pressing football, but it was a more restrictive football. To any other club under the sun, this would be violently popular, but this was Ajax, so it went down like a lead balloon with the new age traditionalists. Wingers were not allowed to burst past numerous defenders, but instead turn inside if they were doubled up on. Freedom was gone, but Ajax didn't know that they weren't supposed to be free in the 90s. The swinging 60s and total football was gone, and Ajax were more successful for it. The UEFA Cup was won in Van Gaal's first season despite the fact they had to play most of their home games in Dusseldorf due to previous counts of hooliganism. Against Torino, set up in a typically dour 5-3-2, Ajax dispatched of their Italian foes on away goals thanks to the electric wingers of John Van Schip and Brian Roy. Neither would become true Ajax legends, however, because of Louis van Gaal's stringent rules on wingers. Roy cut inside just a little bit too much. Van Schip wanted to beat too many players on the outside. Neither created the right balance in the manager's mind, so both were shipped out of the club. The optimistic supporters probably would have believed that Ajax could rebound from their sales, but perhaps not from the next departure. Dennis Bergkamp would be sold to Inter, even though Van Gaal had helped unlock him in his true position and the Dutchman had won the Eredivisie Golden Boot 3 years running. Van Gaal's predecessor had misused Bergkamp as a number 9 or as a winger. Van Gaal dropped him in as a Schaduwspitz, shadow striker, and in doing so, Bergkamp became prolific. But it was constant bickering between player and manager about Bergkamp's positioning on the pitch that ended the Dutchman's time at Ajax. It was the very first case of Van Gaal putting the team before the individual, and in selling their best player, it was one hell of a way to do so. Of course, Ajax bounced back. A 19-year-old by the name of Mark Overmars was acquired from Willem II and was exactly the type of winger that Van Gaal needed. He was fast, agile, could cross and created the balance perfect in the manager's mind. In the 3-4-3 Van Gaal played, the wingers were largely decoys. They'd spread the pitch so wide and occupy fullbacks so that the centre of the field could be exploited by the two forwards and the Schaduwspitz. Up front you'd have a Stefan Pettersson or latterly Ronald de Boer. They too were mainly decoys. They weren't quite false nines or a Schaduwspitz, but the creativity and goal scoring would be down to the number 10, the man that Van Gaal just sold. Close to €10 million Ajax would get for him in 1993. The uproar would soon die down when it became apparent in the 1993-94 season that Van Gaal had already acquired his long-term successor, and for just £66,000. Jari Litmanen arrived in 1992, but he didn't truly arrive in the squad until 93. Ajax's slow start in Van Gaal's first season cost them the league title behind PSV by just 3 points, and whilst they finished a place back in 1993, Van Gaal supplemented the campaign with a KNVB Cup. Dennis Bergkamp was transformative to Ajax's fortunes, but only when he left. Whilst the Dutchman was almost definitely a shadow striker, his Finnish successor was effectively a fourth midfielder. Whilst both were highly creative and decent in front of goal, the unassuming Litmanen was another addition that delivered the balance Van Gaal craved. Joining Litmanen as a belated cog in the wheel of Ajax's starting 11 was the goalkeeper after the violent conclusion to Stanley Menzo's Ajax career. Menzo had been introduced to senior football as one of Cruyff's evolution to total football in the 1980s. He was to be a modern ball-playing goalkeeper. It worked until he dropped one too many clangers, and it was his mistakes against Auxerre that killed Ajax's European dream for another year in 1993. In his place, Van Gaal plucked a player from the academy immediately, Edwin van der Sar. He was of the same ilk as Menzo. He could play the ball comfortably and could rush out to stitch together the offside trap with the goalkeeper. He was one of the first ever sweeper keepers. Furthermore, he was a reliable shot stopper, so Van Gaal had another piece of his puzzle. Before the summer of '93 was out, Van Gaal added the final piece of this puzzle. Frank Rijkaard returned to the club. Van Gaal believed that the true playmakers in a football team in this time were the centre-halves. Frank Rijkaard could do everything. He'd proven enough already at Milan, and upon his Amsterdam return, he was tasked with operating slightly ahead of the defence as Ajax's defensive midfielder. Danny Blind would play behind him centrally, and it was they who were the ones dictating the pace. Rijkaard was crucial. He could turn a defensive 3 into a 4 and was experienced enough to bring a calming presence to the team. Ajax's 24th league title was achieved in Van Gaal's third season as manager. All the aforementioned players were crucial in transforming Ajax's fortunes, but nobody's game transformed as dramatically as Jari Litmanen's. He'd gone from a bit-part player in the 1992-93 campaign, scoring once from 14 largely substitute appearances, to netting 36 goals in 39 matches across all competitions. His 26 goals won the Golden Boot and equalled Dennis Bergkamp's record from the prior campaign, but the difference was that the Eredivisie was won. Winning the league back in these days was the only way that you could gain entry into the reformatted and freshly named Champions League. So for the first time since a first round defeat to Porto in 1985, Ajax would play at Europe's top table. Since then, UEFA had introduced group stages, so Ajax's campaign began and ended with Milan. Franco Baresi had an absolutely torrid time in Amsterdam as Ronald de Boer and Jari Litmanen got the better of him in an opening day 2-0 victory. The Dutch club would remain undefeated throughout the first stage, just as they had done in the Eredivisie. They went to Athens, Litmanen grabbed another goal in a 2-1 win, before a couple of draws against Casino Salzburg. Ajax rolled the dice in their fifth game away to Milan, but in Trieste. They took them apart once again to qualify as group winners, and of course, Jari Litmanen scored the opener inside 2 minutes. This wasn't a Milan team in a bad moment. These were the reigning champions of Europe, who had pulverised Johan Cruyff's Barcelona 4-0 in the final, no less. It wouldn't be the last time Ajax and Milan saw one another this season. They could put Europe to bed for the winter as the Eredivisie returned into Ajax's focus. The domestic campaign had started with a brilliant 3-0 Super Cup triumph over Feyenoord. Their other challengers, PSV Eindhoven, were nowhere as Ajax maintained their invincibility streak up to Christmas and beyond. PSV had a young forward by the name of Ronaldo Nazario, netting 30 goals, but even he wasn't enough to dislodge Ajax. The Amsterdam outfit netted 108 goals, tightened up their defence by conceding just 28, and their only blemishes were draws home and away to Roda and on their travels against Utrecht, Volendam, NAC Breda, RKC Waalwijk and Heerenveen. It was perfection. So much so that a journalist approached Johan Cruyff in February 1995 with the suggestion that Van Gaal's Ajax was better than his Barcelona. His response: "Why don't you just stop talking shit?" The rivalry would continue off the pitch, but sadly they'd never meet on the touchline. As much as they wanted to despise one another, the football was similar. Both utilised a high defensive line and offside trap football that was intrinsic to total football. Both pressed manically in the offensive third, used similar formations, and their main aim was to stretch the pitch as wide as possible. Another slice of proof that people who are just a little bit too similar go to absolute lengths to hate one another. Away from that nonsense, the Champions League returned with the Croatian side Hajduk split, back when UEFA allowed so-called lesser nations more of a chance of making it deep in their competitions. Hajduk upset Ajax's rhythm, but still they could not be defeated, instead settling for a 0-0 draw with a home second leg to return back to. When that match was played, Ajax were invincible no more. And whilst Ajax would remain undefeated over the entire season, over 90-minute periods, there's a reason why we're not allowed to call this Ajax team treble winners. It's because they never won the KNVB Cup, the supposed easiest trophy of the lot to win. They ran into Feyenoord in the quarter-finals, a match sitting equidistant between the two knockout ties with Hajduk. Ajax were 11 minutes from qualification but somehow contrived to lose 2-1 after extra time. They purged themselves with a routine second leg win in Europe thanks to Nwankwo Kanu and Frank de Boer goals to qualify for the semi-finals, where they'd meet Bayern, a team they had been inextricably linked to in the mid-70s. Another club who were able to hold Ajax to a goalless draw in front of their own fans, but one that crumbled back in Amsterdam. Whilst you probably couldn't hold the 5-2 victory up to Ajax's obliteration of the German champions back in 1973, it was an irresistible way for the Dutch side to qualify for the final. 3 days before Ajax wrapped up their invincibility in the Eredivisie with a 3-1 win over FC Twente, they had the small matter of that final, played in the renamed Ernst Happel Stadion in Vienna. Happel, a man who was such a thorn in the side to Rinus Michels and Johan Cruyff's team in the late 1960s and early 70s. The name at least would bear witness to Ajax's return to the top shelf of European football. Of course, Ajax were reunited with Milan for the third time that season. Milan, the reigning champions under Fabio Capello, who had created his own domestic perfection in 1992. Milan, the overwhelming favourites despite the concrete evidence of 2 group stage wins for the contrary. Milan had the experience of Maldini, Baresi, Costa Curta and one player under the age of 26. Ajax were deployed with an average age of 24, only so high thanks to the outliers of Danny Blind and Frank Rijkaard, the club's only players over the age of 25. It was truly a Van Gaal team, both in tactics and personnel. 8 of the 13 used on the night of May 24, 1995 came through the Ajax Academy, shepherded by Van Gaal, while 6 players had been handed debuts by the manager. Fabio Capello for once was a little weary of the opposition, so played too defensive still, adopting their usual 4-4-2. Whilst Marcel Desailly won out in his individual battle with Jari Litmanen, Frank Rijkaard's dropping into defence allowed the Dutch side to dictate play and control possession. It was the former Milan player who assisted the only goal of the game when he fed Patrick Kluivert at 18 years and 327 days, the youngest ever player to score in a Champions League final. Ajax had ended 22 years of waiting for that big-eared trophy to come back to Amsterdam. Back in the 70s, they built an empire and won 3 European Cups on the spin. In the mid-90s, though, nobody was allowed to build such a vast dominance. Therefore, Ajax's peak was small and the slope downward disastrous. If anybody could have created such a footballing empire in the mid-90s, it ought to have been Ajax. They had a young crop of players and a healthy chunk from the academy. That was until Jean-Marc Bosman ruined everything in an attempt to stop what was ostensibly modern slavery in football. With power now slotted into the hands of players by way of free transfers at the end of contracts, the vultures of Europe swooped in. All of the team that played in the 1995 final would be gone by the end of the millennium. Clarence Seedorf and Frank Rijkaard immediately, the former to Sampdoria, the latter to retirement. The following year, both Nigerians would be off their books, Finidi George to Real Betis and Nwankwo Kanu to Inter, whilst Ajax tasted the first bitter tones of the Bosman ruling when both Edgar Davids and Michael Reisiger fled for Milan. Milan liked it so much that they performed another double swoop in 1997 for both Patrick Kluivert and Winston Bogarde as Mark Overmars leapt over the North Sea to Arsenal. By 1998, Louis van Gaal was stationed in Barcelona and he'd snap up the trio of Jari Litmanen and the De Boer twins over the course of 12 months. The last to fly the nest were Edwin van der Sar, poached by Juventus, and Danny Blind, poached by the Sands of Time, known as retirement. Ajax didn't even have their own stadium anymore, casting De Meer and the Olympisch Stadion to one side so they could be shoehorned into the Amsterdam Arena. The club still had a couple of tricks up their sleeve, such as the 2-0 triumph at the Bernabeu in defending their Champions League trophy. However, there would be no replication of the 1970s three-peat when Juve sacked them off in the final via penalties. The subsequent summer, Louis van Gaal succeeded Johan Cruyff, again this time at Barcelona, at which point Ajax fell into freefall. They'd dip a toe back into winning Eredivisie titles and sneaking in through the back door of the odd Champions League knockout stages, but it was only really until the reigns of Peter Bosz and Erik ten Hag, supplemented with a burgeoning academy, that Ajax truly returned in the late 2010s. For that, we have the Velvet Revolution to thank. No, not the transfer of power in Czechoslovakia in the late 1980s, the one performed at Ajax in the early 21st century. It was Johan Cruyff versus Louis van Gaal Part 2, as Cruyff led the revolution from his newspaper columns in Catalonia and Van Gaal attempted to have a say. Of course, Cruyff being Cruyff, the revolution had to be performed in a certain way, but he remained in Barcelona on the outside, whilst Louis van Gaal snuck back into the club as general director. Once again, Ajax fans were made to choose between two legends. Until Louis van Gaal stepped back, Cruyff remained in situ in Spain, and the club were spooked into redistributing the power back to former players such as Van der Sar, Overmars and Frank de Boer, which worked, until Mark Overmars turned into a bit of a pest. Story for another time. As for Louis van Gaal, he wouldn't emulate Cruyff's success at Barcelona across two spells. His time at the Camp Nou and across his time at clubs like AZ Alkmaar proved he was probably at his best when he was the superstar and not the players. He failed at a Manchester United full of stars, but turned a limping Bayern Munich around in the same breath. He got Ajax going again, but was Louis van Gaal's Ajax technically Ajax? We're calling this video Total Recall because it sounds good and because I robbed it from the name of a chapter in Jonathan Wilson's Inverting the Pyramid book, but it wasn't really total football. Ajax were more restricted and more defensively sound than ever before, but this was still a team that relied incredibly on the collective, like Cruyff's ilk of Ajax did all the way back in the 1970s. The difference being the team back then were more than willing to indulge the individuality of superstars, Cruyff being front and centre in that respect. In Van Gaal's system, he believed that he needed all 11 players working their hardest both defensively and offensively. There was absolutely no room for superstars, hence the glut of youngsters and academy products. An overabundance of superstars and ego, ironically, is what slowed Cruyff's success down in Barcelona as manager. No matter, Van Gaal was successful in Amsterdam and in the Champions League era, at least. No team has won a league and Champions League so brilliantly. It's an incredible shame that we're not allowed to call this Ajax vintage treble winners, because they really ought to have been. Only the classes of Manchester United 99 and Barcelona 09 can be earmarked in this age as a football club being so intrinsically linked to its academy and community. And probably the most pertinent link that this Van Gaal team can make back to total football is this reliance on youth and the academy. Also, everything just looks a little bit better in a white shirt with a big red block down the middle of it. We've babbled on about Ajax enough for one day, but just in case you still need filling up with more stories from Amsterdam, have a peep at our first video from issue 3, the story of Ajax in the 1970s.
Battuta di Beat Sutter, colpo di testa in rete, Hassan porta in vantaggio,
Here's Kovacs, a chance, it's the only goal for right throwers!
It wasn't hyperbolic to say that the 90s was a torrid time to be a Celtic fan. Not only had Rangers matched their feat of 9 titles in a row, but Celtic had offered virtually no opposition and teetered on the brink. Then Martin O'Neill showed up and revived them. Even with the new firm, even with Graham Souness's revolution at Ibrox, Celtic had still been the pre-eminent team of the past generation of Scottish football by the time the 90s rolled around. Billy McNeill's time at the club was over by 91, his successor needed to be chosen carefully and correctly amid an always improving Rangers. So when Celtic opted to hire Liam Brady, a legendary footballer but still 35 years of age and entering into his first football manager job nonetheless, it was a quizzical move. From the unimaginative return of Charlie Nicholas to the underperforming Gary Gillespie and Tony Cascarino, for every high note that Rangers hit in the transfer market, Celtic were consistently making the opposite decisions. Only a miraculously good end to the season dredged Celtic into a European position come the end of the 91-92 campaign, a season where they finished some 10 points back on champions Rangers. But that wasn't the low point, nor was being eliminated by Rangers in the Scottish Cup or even their loss on penalties to Airdronians in the League Cup. No, it was this.
Non è in posizione di offside, come a torto ritenevano i giocatori del Celtic. Ancora ha dibattuto la palla alla trasversale, ancora Bovei di testa, gol! Vi avevamo detto prima, il passaggio per Osama Hassan ed è gol, clamoroso! Attenzione però il pericoloso Coin, il passaggio dalla parte opposta e la palla in rete di rigore. Bovei in buona posizione, il tiro, attenzione, ancora gol!
Going out in the second round of the UEFA Cup was no longer embarrassing, but it was when it was done so convincingly by such a poor team. So when you've won nothing all season and endured a bit of a shit show, it's important for the board to get the fans back on side. Naturally, this board announced plans for a new stadium, shunning the idea of redeveloping Parkhead. They went for the nuclear option and the fans were not happy. Their patience with the Kelly family had gone, even more so when another poor third place finish was teamed with yet more embarrassing cup exits. The 2-0 aberration at Falkirk in the Scottish Cup 4th round this time being the most humiliating. There was a good night in Europe though to be had this season.
Chance it on this time! With John Collins. The deflection! It's a goal! Good play by Collins. He's made it!
But that was the long and short of it. Eventual UEFA Cup finalist Borussia Dortmund comprehensively disposed of Celtic in the very next round, and there was no shame in that. The following season unravelled with supporters already pissed off with the jungle turning into an all-seater part of the stadium. Then, when only 2 of their first 11 matches were won, prompting Liam Brady's resignation, there was open revolt. Celts for Change was formed as Lou Macari steadied the ship for a time, but only temporarily, as Celtic finished a morbid 4th place and without Europe. Not that they wouldn't have gone out in the second round for the 4th successive season anyway, sporting this time the perpetrators of Celtic. This time so much for the Lisbon Lions. The club was skirting dangerously towards the possibility of administration until Fergus McCann pitched up with the money on March the 4th, 1994. Tommy Burns was installed as the Celtic manager ahead of the new season, fresh with optimism as the club once again shat it in the league, finishing a distant 4th in a campaign where the club had to use Hampden owing to the belated development to Parkhead. Handed to them, presumably on a silver platter, Raith Rovers. Surely to God, this was the shot in the arm that the club needed, a nice easy win to get back on the board. And this happened.
Here's Kovacs, a chance! It's the only goal for Raith Rovers! Another chance on this time, must be the equaliser! Through goes to Nicholas, that's Walker! Played by Dale. Chance on here for the equaliser! But he has! Raith Rovers have won the Coca-Cola Cup!
Because if finishing 4th and not being in Europe whilst Rangers pretty much won the lot wasn't miserable enough for you, here's rock bottom, a loss against Raith pissing Rovers in the League Cup final on penalties. Fret not, Pierre Van Hooijdonk was signed as Celtic squeaked through the Scottish Cup all the way to the final to play in yet another Hampden game, and he saved his most famous Celtic goal for the very last game of the season. They'd returned to Celtic Park with a dog-shit front line but a decent enough defence. On such foundations, good teams can be built. With a trio of Paul McStay, John Collins and Van Hooijdonk, Andreas Thom and Jackie McNamara were signed. Once again, the Hoops had the best defence in the league, but they had improved drastically in attack, losing just 1 game. Ultimately though, it was at home to Rangers in the 5th match of the season, and given the 4-point deficit come the end of the campaign, that plus 3 further draws against their rivals proved the difference. Rangers had their number in both cup competitions, making it 6 Old Firm matches and not a single victory, and while Celtic returned to Europe, it was yet another second round defeat, although this time more understandably against Paris Saint-Germain, who went on to win the competition. They were inching closer and closer to league success and another second place finish, this time with a 5-point deficit which could once again be traced back to the Old Firm matches. Once again Celtic didn't win one, instead losing all 4. Had they drawn 3 and lost 1 like the prior season, they'd have won the title. They did have Rangers' number in the quarter-finals of the Scottish Cup though, a 2-0 quarter-final win, only to piss that promise up against the wall when they couldn't dispatch of Falkirk over 2 games in the semi-final. It was a trophyless season in which Hearts beat them after extra time in the League Cup, and they even bowed out before the second round of European competition, this time to Hamburg. They had a talent like Paolo Di Canio and Alan Stubbs, but then you looked across the city and saw Rangers were acquiring talent like Brian Laudrup and Paul Gascoigne. It was hard to see a way back for Celtic. Then, Tommy Burns was sacked. In a season where it was imperative for Celtic to do well, if not for ending a league drought but for stopping Rangers from acquiring title number 10 in a row, this had been the most disastrous of starts. Wim Jansen had taken over from Tommy Burns, and already by mid-August there was consternation. Both league games had been lost. They needed to pull back a deficit in the UEFA Cup qualifying against little old Tyrrell Innsbruck, and had needed extra time to eliminate St Johnstone from the League Cup. Scottish talent in Darren Jackson from Hibs and Craig Burley from Chelsea had been teamed with continental class in Sheffield Wednesday's Reggie Blinker in exchange for Paolo Di Canio, as well as a certain striker from Feyenoord. He was called Henrik Larsson. After a 2-0 win in Perth in the league, Celtic were afforded 3 weeks off, partly due to the international break and partly due to the death of Princess Diana. Make your own jokes here, but her death couldn't have come at a better time, since it postponed the usual early Old Firm derby against Rangers until mid-November, giving Celtic time to turn things around. When that fixture arrived, Celtic had booked themselves in for a League Cup final. They'd taken a strong Liverpool team the distance in Europe and had only gone out on away goals, and they had strung together 8 consecutive wins in the league. It also allowed the club time to bring in Borussia Dortmund's Paul Lambert. He arrived equidistant between 2 Old Firm games, neither of which were won, and so Celtic slipped behind Rangers and into third. In a dress rehearsal for the League Cup final, Celtic got back to winning ways with a 4-0 thrashing of Dundee United. Now, it was time for Hampden.
Horse picked out his compatriot Mark Reaper, who powered his header into the net via the upright, deflected off Maurice Malpas's boot past the unfortunate Sieb Dijkstra. Reggie Blinker finding Craig Burley, apparently onside, who headed...
Cup finals are always important, but, especially against lesser opposition, League Cup finals can feel secondary. Not this one. This one was crucial in grabbing some much-needed momentum ahead of the festive period and the New Year's derby with Rangers. Momentum attained 10 points from 4 matches. Celtic put their feet up on Christmas Day, only 1 point off the Rangers' pace after 18 games. Then a trip to Perth undid quite a lot of that hard work. The visit of Rangers to Parkhead was now must win.
Rangers, you feel, are here for the taking. It's Craig Burley! That's Lambert! What a way to settle it! Paul Lambert!
And they did win, cutting the deficit back to 1 with 16 matches left on the clock. Whilst Rangers' Marco Negri had been scoring at such a stupid rate of knots, Celtic added their own European firepower that December with Rosenborg's Harold Bratback, but it would be a certain Swede who had dazzled Parkhead. The Hoops would only be deterred by trips to Fir Park and Tynecastle, dropping 4 points in advance of March. As such, a 4-point gap to Rangers had opened up, with Jim Jeffries' Hearts still in the race, wedged in between. Progress had been made beyond Morton, Dunfermline and Dundee United, prompting an Old Firm doubleheader to begin April in a time where nerves were being frayed at both ends of the city. Hearts had held Celtic at Parkhead, so the title race was almost as you were heading into April. Celtic leading the league with 6 to play, 2 ahead of Hearts, 3 ahead of Rangers. The Old Firm tests were next.
Tested Celtic already once with a driven shot. This one's McCoist! Right, McCoist's gone through the middle. He's not going to need any of them. He's going to go all the way. A magnificent goal from...
Suggestions.
But Swedish international Jonas Thern had his own idea for breaking the deadlock. Been seriously challenged until he was within shooting range. Then the finish. Ibrox erupted.
Both of which flunked. Celtic had not only paved the way for Hearts and Rangers to go at it in the Scottish Cup final, but they had handed the title initiative to their rivals on a silver platter. 4 games to go, Celtic and Rangers were level on points. Instantly there was a chance to put the pressure on, which was successful with a bizarrely serene 4-1 thrashing of Motherwell. 24 hours later, Rangers buckled at Pittodrie, swinging the title back to Parkhead. There was more than one sting to this tale though. 6 days later, as Celtic couldn't buy a goal against relegation-threatened Hibs at home. Meanwhile, Rangers' impressive 3-0 triumph at Tynecastle put just 1 point between the sides. May the 2nd was Rangers' turn to put the pressure on, a presumed gimme at home to Kilmarnock, while Celtic visited Dunfermline the following day.
Remarkable 9 titles. That was in 1989 and 1998. The Ibrox stranglehold in Scottish football has been all but ended by Ali Michels' goal 3 minutes into injury time.
Ali Mitchell with the killie goal that devastated Ibrox. Now Celtic found themselves 90 minutes at East End Park away from stopping 10 in a row. Just one win, didn't matter who, didn't matter how, one win and it was all over.
There's a dunk. Taken up well by Jansen. There's a run through again. That's it. Celtic have scored. Now he's kicking every ball. Like an orchestra leader there, and that is just drifting. Oh, it's a goal. Dunfermline.
It wasn't fucking over. Enter Helicopter Sunday before Helicopter Sunday. 7 small minutes away, Celtic were from the title when Craig Falconbridge spooned one into the net. When people expected a Larson or a McCoy, they received Mitchell and Falconbridge. Celtic hosted St Johnstone, Rangers travelled to Tannadice. Celtic just needed to match the Rangers result. It seemed bananas then, just as it does today, that neither game was shown live on domestic television.
Is alongside him. Robson lining up for the shot. What a start for Celtic!
Knew that if Celtic won at home to St Johnstone, all would be lost. The Rangers still emerged victorious at Dundee United to make it 2-0. Zetterman, a looping header, beating the Finnish international Antti Niemi in the Rangers goal.
It's a good pass. In for Blackback! He's done it!
After 10 long years, Harold brat back with a goal that summed it all up. There was no 10 in a row. Had it not been for that fact, it would have been quite a middling title performance. Wim Jansen came, saw, conquered and fucked off. From the minutest of peaks, Celtic came crashing back down to earth with the hiring of Josef Venglos, a Czech manager who hadn't worked in British football since the beginning of the 90s with Aston Villa and was a decade further on from his managerial peak. And it showed. At least he stayed with recent Celtic traditions in going out of not just 1 but 2 second rounds in European competition. First in the 2nd qualifying round to Dynamo Zagreb in the Champions League, and then in the UEFA Cup 2nd round to FC Zurich. Adrianians proved a first hurdle stumbling block in the League Cup, and whilst it took a while for the team to kick on, they almost haired back to the precipice of the Championship, but for a 2-week dip against St Johnstone and, terminally, Rangers on May the 2nd. Further heartache followed against the same team in the Scottish Cup final, plunging Celtic supporters' moods down further. The signings were no longer working. Whilst Mark Viduka scored prolifically in the 99-2000 season, Celtic missed Henrik Larsson massively. In a time where Parkhead needed more Stilian Petrov, they received plenty of shite. Raphael Shite, to be precise. Steering the club through the shit show of the 99-2000 season was a novel idea. Novel because it didn't work. Kenny Dalglish and John Barnes as joint managers. Whilst the League Cup was won against Aberdeen, they also masterminded the 3-1 home defeat in the 3rd round of the Cup to Inverness Caley Thistle, combined with a now traditional European 2nd round exit this time to Lyon and a 21 point deficit in the SPL, Celtic were quickly discarded with. To ensure that Rangers couldn't build up another head of steam again, Celtic needed to make their next decision count. A Celtic fan in his youth, Martin O'Neill, had enormous pedigree either side of the white line. A European Cup winner with Nottingham Forest, his work in turning Leicester City into cup winners in the Premier League age was nothing short of miraculous. The new man got his initial signings absolutely on the money. First through the door was Chris Sutton, looking delighted here by the way, as Mark Viduka moved south. Jos Valgaeren was a shrewd acquisition for the defence, Alan Thompson the same from Villa from the midfield. A whole new spine with the returning Henrik Larsson from injury. Parkhead had a whole new lease on life.
And Stubbs and Larson are there! Taking a second, Moravcik sends it in! And they have... And they're queuing up here! It's another one for... Larson, oh he's in! Henrik Larsson! Testa delivers, Larsson's header! He's done it again! Celtic got another one left in them. Sutton is there! Yes they have!
And if it didn't before this, it certainly did afterwards. After, quite simply put, the best old firm league game from a Celtic perspective, O'Neill's side simply carried on in the same vein. 4-1 on the spin, 3-1 after, and only 4 points dropped in advance of the second Old Firm game of the season. To avoid the viewership dropping like a stone, we won't show you that one, but just know that Rangers only managed the 5, as Celtic sat a staggering 12 points ahead of their rivals anyway, i.e. the league was wrapped up in O'Neill's first season and it wasn't even December yet. In fact, they would drop only 4 points from their next 19 matches. It wasn't a title win, it was a bloody massacre. And with the season all wrapped up, there was the offering of a treble too. Not in Europe, of course, you can already guess which stage they went out in already there, without me telling you. Obviously, the second round. No, Hampden awaited.
Apart from that, he's been quite excellent. They're all in there. Henrik Larsson was screaming for it, but he let wide. Does he go again? A bit of hat trick coming up. It is.
It had been a mesmeric season as Celtic kept winning on the field and off the field with their transfers. Neil Lennon and Didier Agate both added as O'Neill's strike rate never let up. If the 15-point deficit to Rangers had been a bloody massacre in 01, the following season's tally of 103 points was downright dominance. The fact that their rivals got 85 points and still didn't come anywhere close was now the yardstick. And sure, Rangers were able to claim Celtic's number in both of the domestic cups, but for the first time in a long time, Celtic had kinda become relevant on the continental scene once again. For the first time, they had made it to the Champions League group stages and had a good hit list, including former European champions in Ajax, Porto and Juventus, before being funnelled into the UEFA Cup, where only penalties stopped them from going through against the last 2 finalists of the Champions League, Valencia. Everything geared up for another monumental European campaign ahead of the 2002-03 season. Whilst it was embarrassing to be dumped out of the Champions League qualifiers by some no-name Swiss side, the world, and especially Britain, would come to get acquainted with FC Basel fairly quickly, as they got results against both Liverpool and Man United that season. Ultimately, they'd be knocked out on away goals, and soon enough, it would be known as quite the blessing in disguise. Not to the domestic campaign, Rangers swept up both cup trophies before one of the more caricatured title races ever seen. In terms of head-to-head results with Rangers, Celtic shaded it, winning the last 2 whilst the first was drawn and the Light Blues won the second in December. With another 100-point season just about feasible, Celtic slipped up just the once away to Hearts on April the 19th, but it was still recoverable. Rangers were beaten, then it became all about goal difference. 4 beyond Dunfermline and Motherwell, 6 beyond Dundee, and on the final day another 4 stuck beyond Kilmarnock. 97 points, 98 goals scored, plus 72 goal difference in any other season, any other league, it'd be enough. A final day that had started with the team split by 1 goal scored whilst holding the same amount of wins, draws, losses and goal difference. Celtic scored 4, conceded none, Rangers conceded 1. but scored 6. By one solitary goal the season was over, and come the end of the campaign it was one that didn't contain a single piece of silverware to show for it, all that hard work that had been carved out back home, but it didn't even begin to tell half the story of Celtic's 2002-03 season.
Sutton put it up well, Petrov. That must be this time, surely yes. Hodgson does it again. Healy flowing forward, there's a chance. David Fernandez, he's going to lob the goalkeeper, and it's in.
John Hodgson up. Oh, what a save by Cleveland. Henry Larsson was there. To Agat. And now Chris Sutton. Can he? Oh, Hodgson slipped. Oh, Henrik Larsson, surely for Celtic.
That is a very good ball indeed, and it just knocks away, it's in.
That was the free kick. Chris Sutton timed his jump well. John Hodgson! Celtic have equalised!
Thompson, that's a decent enough ball. Maloney with a chance. He's done it.
One is Hodgson. Another is Alan Thompson, who heads Celtic in front.
From the barely noticeable Lithuanians of round 1, the cocky English press that backed Blackburn in round 2 to the first difficult nut to crack in Celta Vigo in the third round, Celtic were through to the other side of Christmas for once. When Kevin Karanje silenced Parkhead inside of half an hour, Celtic wouldn't have believed they would have the tie all neatly wrapped up in a bow by the 11th minute back in Stuttgart in the fourth round. Next was Liverpool and a quarter-final. It was Celtic's third attempt at dispatching of the English side in Europe. The first in '66 they had lost because of a wrongful offside call. The second in '97 was only down to away goals. The third time...
Presence of John Arthur, I'm sure they'll try to get as much balls into John as they possibly can this evening.
There he is again. Thompson. Oh, and it's 1-0! And what a return! Smith. And Reece still. Heskey, chance for Liverpool. Heskey, 1-1. Henrik Larsson and Thompson. Yes! The shot got more room now. And Celtic surely are in the semi-final.
No mistake would be made, as it took just 2 minutes for Henrik Larsson to further establish his Parkhead legend in the first leg before a European away performance for the ages 7 days later at Anfield, as Alan Thompson and John Hartson put a Celtic side without Larsson or Sutton through to the semis. A similar route would be needed through Portuguese outfit Boa Vista.
Behind from Marcelinho. Oh, and it's sliced in. That's a nice touch. Larsson, yes! Beautifully played by Stilian Petrov. Good save. Hartson, the medical man. Larsson must be. It is.
And the same method applied. A Larsson goal in the home leg, but a backs against the wall performance back in Porto. For the first time since '67, Celtic were into a European final. Awaiting them would be FC Porto and a certain Jose Mourinho.
This is Alenichev, and that's an amazing block, but on the follow-up. And the boys in hoops at the start of the second half, and Larsson's got away here. Oh, he scored! Valharan committed. Here's a real chance. It's cutting a lot. It is Larsson! He's done it again! Dele. And he is off. The goalkeeper's done well. Dele! But it's not all over.
In a classic string of UEFA Cup finals, this stood right up there. Jose Mourinho had announced himself to the rest of Europe, Celtic the unfortunate victims in his tyrannical sweeping through the continent. Whilst he would graduate to that big-eared trophy the following season, Celtic actually would take part, easing through Lithuanian and Hungarian opposition in the qualifiers, only to be handed one of the more difficult groups. A point at home to the almighty Bayern Munich, whilst also defeating both a prime Lyon outfit and a decent Anderlecht at Parkhead, laid on a final matchday shootout at the Stade de Gerland. The winner would be in the last 16, the loser funneled into the UEFA Cup.
Up and pounds home his first Champions League goal of the season. And it goes Juninho's long-range effort, has the steam to beat Magnus. Lucky picks it up, promptly beats Coupe. Juninho put to the spot, and he makes it 3-2 with time.
8 days later, less devastatingly, the League Cup would be surrendered at Easter Road to Hibs, but it would be the last meaningful game Celtic would be beaten in for 4 months. That meant ruining Rangers in the New Year's derby, eliminating Rangers from the Scottish Cup on March the 7th, beating fucking Barcelona 3 days later, eliminating that same Barca team with a mesmeric 0-0 draw in the Camp Nou, before pitching up at Ibrox 4 days later and all but putting the league to bed. Then it was Villarreal and a 1-1 draw via a Henrik Larsson goal at home, which was a nice callback to the previous year's run to the final. Unfortunately, there would be no such luck at the Madrigal. The up-and-coming Villarreal team, soon to be Champions League semi-finalists, would eliminate Celtic 2-0. If they thought they were unlucky in being drawn the group they had done in the 03-04 season, then get a load of this shit. Both Barcelona and AC Milan. Then you chuck in a decent Shakhtar Donetsk team undervalued by UEFA coefficient, and you have last in the group and no Europe after Christmas. Once the continental game was put away for another season, Celtic could focus on catching Rangers. Between a loss at Ibrox on November the 20th and a loss at Parkhead to Rangers on February the 20th, Celtic won all but one game, but that potentially 12-point swing meant Celtic were chasing heading into the business end of the season. It would comfortably require 90+ points, while Celtic were pristine in picking up another Scottish Cup, this time against Dundee United, and they had grabbed a 2-1 win at Ibrox in the last Old Firm game of the season. There had been a needless home defeat to Hibs on the final day of April. The lay of the land tantalising into May 22nd. Celtic travelled to Fir Park, Rangers were also away at Easter Road. Celtic had a 2-point advantage, Rangers had a 4-goal advantage. To win the title, you would almost certainly need to win your match. The SPL trophy was in a helicopter, hovering over Scotland.
It comes back to Robo, drives to the cross, and Russell, and there at the near post, and Robo, and Bora, McDonald scored for Motherwell! He's on his own, Britton's in the middle, wants to cut back, could get a second, here's McDonald again, he scored again! And we're travelling the championship, and it's all over, and Alec McLeish is swamped by his backroom staff.
We're finished with Scottish football for the rest of the year, but we'll be back in February. Until then, watch this playlist. Ipswich Town have been a breath of fresh air upon their Premier League return, but it is widely accepted that they'll probably go down this season. Today we're covering Ipswich, but in a more innocent time, when they could get promoted to the top flight of English football and do some magical things. This is Nowhere to Champions, the story of Alf Ramsey's Ipswich Town. Ipswich Town were literally nothing until 1935, when Captain Ivan Cobbold became president. Then the tractor boys were barely one of those yellow and red toy cars every dickhead knocked about in their garden when they were 4. Cobbold had the idea of turning the amateur club professional, and he achieved that. He had the idea of getting them a membership into the Southern League, and he'd do that too, as Ipswich won the title at the first time of asking. But this didn't mean that Ipswich would be given a spot in the Football League like they would be today. The Football League was a dictionary definition of an all-boys club in these days, and to be given the privilege of the Football League was to win votes in an election. Ipswich got 24 votes in 1937, which wasn't enough, as Exeter City and Aldershot Town sealed their spots in the Football League in a committee room. Cobbold had more ideas. He hired Manchester United's club secretary Scott Duncan, who would become influential. Ipswich might not have won the league, but they finished in 3rd, high enough to grant them a spot on the ballot for an election to the Football League. Duncan then used his rub to win votes, and this time Ipswich's tally of 36 was higher than Walsall's and Gillingham's. Any momentum Ipswich had would be brought to a shuddering halt by World War II, and by the time they returned to the post of chairman, had become a revolving door. Cobbold died, his uncle didn't last too much longer, and Peter Chevalier's time at the top ended midway through the 1949-50 season. Then the post returned to the Cobbold family, and Ipswich could get going once again. They finally got a taste of the second division after promotion in 1954, only to be sent immediately back down. The best they got out of the deal was signing Ted Phillips, an obscurity at first, but he'll become much more important later on. With Ipswich back in the basement of the Football League, Scott Duncan finally retired to allow for some new blood to inject some life into the club. Just who was going to be the man to take Ipswich to new heights? But before we answer that, I need to tell you about how I watch every single Premier League match completely legally, which means it's VPN time! A VPN hides your IP address, which lets you safeguard your internet connection. So, the absolute opposite of what the Manchester United defence would do. Am I right? No? Okay. And for those who haven't skipped this YouTube advert because you bloody love a bargain, here's why you should choose Private Internet Access, today's video sponsor. 1. They're offering you an insane 83% VPN discounts and 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 months completely free. See it like Manchester City buying Citigroup players for a knockdown price. 2. You can protect an unlimited amount of devices at the same time. Chelsea's transfer strategy for 1. You want 783 devices protected? Just buy them all up and protect them. 3. You can access region-restricted content from all over the world 365 days a year. Good news for Spurs fans whose passports are usually back in that cupboard by December. That is Private Internet Access. Links to the discount in the description. Alf Ramsey was a semi-successful footballer, but was only able to do so once the stretched twig of peace had finally been brought back from melting point after World War II. He'd be capped by England, appeared at the 1950 World Cup and won the league with Spurs. As Ramsey's legs creaked into their 35th year and players like Danny Blanchflower emerged into the team, it was clear that his time was up. Instead of retiring gently into that good night, Ramsey decided to plunge himself in at the deep end of the third division South for his first management job. If only more former England players in 2024 had the humility to do the same. After the first match, it probably looked like a big mistake. Ipswich were depressingly defeated by Torquay United. Ramsey had plenty of challenge nuggets on his plate. First and foremost, organise that damn defence, and he'd do so through Neil Miles. Meanwhile, on the wing, Ramsey concocted a plan that would reverberate through world football and change the English game forever. Jimmy Ledbetter was a middling player brought in from Brighton, one of the very few signings Ramsey wished to make. His experiment with Ledbetter was to pull him back. He'd become a deep-lying winger, and the rest of Ramsey's tactical nous would be formed around this. The deeper wide men with overlapping fullbacks, not dreamt up in this era, were used to play direct football into the forwards. The first trial of this experiment was a 5-0 thumping of Northampton Town. The Tractor Boys chunted towards promotion, but just one promotion spot proved prohibitive behind Leyton Orient and Brighton. 2 points the difference, Ipswich would rue a 3-2 defeat to Norwich City. Roy Bailey was in from Crystal Palace thanks to the broken arm of Ipswich's number 1 Charlie Ashcroft. Bailey would not relinquish his place in Ramsey's squad. The summer of 1956 was Ramsey's first real roadblock at Portman Road. For one, he had to rebuff overtures from Charlton Athletic. Also, he had to contend with his predecessor, Scott Duncan, sitting on high as the club's secretary. Ramsey used the two situations to get what he wanted: total control. He'd stay as long as Duncan stopped sticking his oar in, and so it was agreed. With renewed confidence, Ramsey brought Ted Phillips back from his loan and signed Larry Carberry from a local club. And it seemingly got them nowhere, sitting rock bottom after 7 matches. The club was rejuvenated by 2 4-0 humpings of Coventry City and Brentford, and the more Ted Phillips was handed the number 10 shirt, the more the Tractor Boys picked up speed. Phillips plundered 41 goals, and the club didn't lose for 3 months after Christmas, which took them to within 4 points of league leaders Colchester United in March. Come May the 1st, Ipswich had a red-letter day. Colchester United sat top on 58 points, but they had already completed their season, so needed a minor miracle to go up to the 2nd division. Torquay United was second, also on 58 points, and had a trip to 20th place Crystal Palace. A win would take them up. Meanwhile, 3rd place Ipswich travelled south to 4th place Southampton on 57 points. They needed a win and a Torquay slip-up. Inseminating further drama into the day was Torquay's kick-off at Sellers Park being delayed by 45 minutes, so when Ipswich grabbed themselves a 2-0 win, they were made to wait for results from elsewhere. News filtered through. Torquay had drawn and Ipswich were back in the 2nd division, courtesy of their goal average. The summer meant yet more change when the chairmanship passed from cobalt to cobalt as Alistair handed the reins to his 29-year-old cousin, John, who would become the league's youngest chairman. On the pitch, it was obvious that Ipswich's success hinged on the fitness of Ted Phillips. His missing for vast swathes of the season meant that 8th place was more than respectable, as Tom Garney's filled the void adequately. That summer, Alf Ramsey relatively broke the bank to prize Ray Crawford from Portsmouth for a fee that must have been staggering in Suffolk at £5,000. The club could have done without relying on their new signing almost solely immediately, but thanks to continual injuries to Garney's and Phillips, Crawford's 26 goals was only enough for 16th place. Comfortable in survival, but it was about time that Ipswich got going up the table. The biggest incoming in 1959 was West Ham's Andy Nelson, who was to serve as a similarly influential role at the heart of defence as club captain Reg Pickett. Dwarfing this business was the retaining of Ted Phillips, who had been courted by Bill Shankly's Liverpool, who were at the business end of the 2nd division come May 1960. The year began with a fine run of form in Ipswich, but the Tractor Boys had left too much road to get through as they improved to 11th place. The 1960-61 campaign was officially Ipswich's Silver Jubilee year, and it would be pivotal. This was a time to prove whether they were a second-tier also-ran or whether they would seize their momentum and continue to punch above their weight. Ipswich were busy in the market. Chelsea wing-half John Compton cost £1,000, defender Billy Baxter less than half that, while Stokes Wilf Hall would fill in as second-choice goalkeeper, but the marquee signing would be reserved for Leicester's Roy Stevenson, who was allowed to leave the Midlands for just £3,000. He would be the final piece of the jigsaw and coped admirably in performing the same duties on the left wing as Ledbetter did on the right. Yet from the outside, these transfers did little to stoke the imagination of Ipswich fans. Hall was a mere deputy, Baxter had to put national service ahead of his club football, and Stevenson was viewed as being on the back nine of his career. Then Ted Phillips went and submitted a transfer request. Alf Ramsey was never going to accept it, and didn't need to. Player power wasn't invented yet, so Phillips would carry on playing for Ipswich. He'd withdraw the request after he starred in a 5-2 win at Elland Road against Leeds United, and it became evident that Ipswich were pushing for promotion. Whilst league form boomed, the domestic cups were both busts. In their first ever League Cup game, Ipswich went down to lower league Barnsley before Southampton knocked them for 7 in the FA Cup. But it was probably a good job. Ipswich's league form recovered from a wee Christmas wobble, with another spot of early year form, losing their first 1961 game on March 25th against Luton Town. By this point, the Tractor Boys were parked firmly in top spot, a point ahead with a game in hand and, crucially, 4 ahead of Liverpool in 3rd place. The vital win on this run was a 3-1 triumph at Bramall Lane, which put Ipswich top and took out their nearest rivals for promotion. In fact, where Ipswich had meekly bowed out of the Cup, Sheffield United were profiting from a cup run that led to a semi-final replay with Leicester City. In a way, these distractions also served to profit Ipswich too. As the Blades were blunted in the Cup replay against final-bound Leicester, it was a happy Easter for Ipswich, beating both Borough and Huddersfield to go 5 ahead of Liverpool with 6 matches to play. Promotion was eventually sealed thanks to a nervy 4-1 win over Derby that was only sealed with 3 goals in the final 9 minutes. 7 points ahead of Liverpool, Ipswich would be joined in the top flight by the Cup semi-finalists, Sheffield United. Whilst the Blades have been champions of England in 1898 and were about to play in the top tier for the 44th time, Ipswich Town were virgins. A price of 500 to 1 was correctly placed on them winning the league, with one local bookie even going to the lengths of putting a 150 to 1 price on Ipswich leading the league at any point in the season. The more realistic odds were the 6 to 4 for relegation, but even that was viewed as generous. Ramsey had spent just £12,300 that summer to bring in Doug Moran from Falkirk. For a bit of perspective, the biggest fees in England that summer were made by second division clubs Liverpool and Sunderland when they signed Ian St John and Brian Clough respectively for 5 to 7 times that amount. In fact, Brian Clough's transfer to Sunderland represented a smidge more than what the entire Ipswich Town team cost. £33,600 in 1961 got you the entire backbone of a promoted club, and figures such as Roy Bailey, Larry Carberry, John Ellsworthy, Ted Phillips and Jimmy Ledbetter were all key men and had all been with the club since the 3rd Division days. Ramsey had cultivated a team of experience on a shoestring. Only Ray Crawford was under the age of 26, and he would be the primary source of goals in an Ipswich team whose sole source of inspiration was its tactical innovation. The club prepared well. The groundwork was literally done in expanding Portman Road's north stand, whilst Ramsey juggled incessant road running with playful games of foot cricket to shape up the team in pre-season. They immediately held their own, first drawing away at Bolton and only losing to recent champions Burnley 4-3 at Turf Moor thanks to a defensive mistake. Another 4 was shipped in Portman Road's first top-flight game against Manchester City, but 2 late goals proved the difference in that 4-2 defeat. The month ended with the club's first top-tier win and against top-tier opposition too, when Burnley visited Portman Road and shipped 6. John Compton made his debut and kept star man John Connolly quiet, whilst Ray Crawford banged in 2 goals. September 2 was a month of 2 halves. They'd go to Sheffield Wednesday and West Brom and win, and comfortably put away Blackburn and Birmingham in the league, as well as Manchester City in the League Cup. Thankfully, they'd remain entertaining in less successful outings, losing 5-2 at Goodison Park and 4-2 at home to Fulham before a Desmond at Ewood Park. The Tractor Boys were flying high, 6th and only 7 points behind a more locomotive Burnley. October drew another League Cup progression against Swansea Town, whilst the month was reserved for the more headline triumphs over West Ham and reigning double champions Spurs. Unfortunately, the pie-in-the-sky thinking of topping the league was undone by a combination of a draw against Blackpool and what was quickly becoming a Burnley procession at the top of the table. The win over Spurs had turned the national footballing attention onto Ipswich Town, and entering the heavy months of November and December, their mettle would be tested, and the club entered 1962, having passed that test with flying colours. They got one over Matt Busby's Manchester United and reached Ramsey's personal target of 24 points by Christmas, weeks in advance. With Ray Crawford personally celebrating becoming Ipswich Town's first ever England international and the shackles off, Ipswich's good football continued. They were grounded somewhat by 4th round eliminations in both the League Cup and FA Cup to Blackburn Rovers and, sadly, Norwich City respectively. But as 62 drew in, Ipswich sat only 3 points behind Burnley. The only problem being that Burnley had multiple games in hand, and it was by this point only a matter of time before they'd run away with the league. Whilst Ipswich had become known for their early season form, Burnley were just as imperious. The trident of Jimmy McIlroy, Roy Pointer and John Connolly were ferocious up front. Man City, West Ham and Birmingham all shipped 6 or more goals at Turf Moor. So good they were that a domestic double was on the horizon. This hadn't been achieved in the 20th century until 12 months prior, when Bill Nicholson had done so at Spurs. Now Burnley were on course to do exactly the same as they rattled through Everton and Sheffield United to reach the Final Four of the FA Cup. And that just suited Ipswich Town down to the ground. Whilst Burnley always had half an eye on the Cup when they produced their scintillating form, Ipswich continued to pick up victory after victory with full focus on the league. Only 1 point was dropped in February before wins over both Sheffield clubs left them only 2 points behind Burnley with 11 to play. The problem continued to be Burnley's games in hand, but the closer and closer everyone got to Easter without those games being played, the less of a problem it became for Ipswich. If Burnley continued in the Cup, they would have to start picking and choosing the league games to sacrifice if they wanted English football's ultimate glory. Then Ipswich went to White Hart Lane on March 14th and won 3-1 in a match the Tractor Boys could have easily won by 6 or 7. Spurs were now out of the title race, and what's more, Burnley could only draw, leaving the gap tantalisingly at 1 point. Draws against Blackpool and Nottingham Forest just about kept Ipswich in the conversation as nerves ran rife through the title race, for a win at Filbert Street took Ipswich level on points with Burnley. Burnley, who could now boast 3 games in hand, but now only a month to play them in. Ipswich ended March with a 3-2 win at home to Wolves. It would have been good news on any day, but the sweetest information came from Villa Park. Burnley had drawn their FA Cup semi-final with Fulham. They would need a replay in 10 days' time, officially taking Burnley's April to a minimum of 11 matches. Ipswich, meanwhile, had 6. But they started it absolutely disastrously with a 5-0 loss at Old Trafford, as Burnley reassumed pole position, but only thanks to tired draws against Nottingham Forest and Wolves. The teams were back to 48 points apiece with Burnley's famous 3 matches in hand. Burnley's 2-1 cup win over Fulham at Filbert Street could easily be construed as good news for Ipswich too. They'd be distracted by the looming Wembley date. Burnley hadn't appeared at the famous stadium in the FA Cup final since 1947, so it was big news for the town. 2 days later, they limped to a 0-0 draw at Burnden Park at the start of a week, which decided the title's destiny. 2 matches of difference, Burnley led by a point before a week in which they'd welcome both Manchester United and local rivals Blackburn Rovers to Turf Moor. A week in which they get 0 points, as Ipswich held on for a nerve-shredding 1-0 win against Cardiff thanks to Roy Bailey's goalkeeping. Whilst fate still hadn't entered Ipswich hands, they led the league again by a point and Burnley now only had 1 game in hand. Then the great leveller known as the Easter weekend. Both clubs would play Good Friday, Easter Saturday and Easter Monday, so when you take to Twitter or X to complain about football scheduling in 2024, remember that. A record attendance met the holy day in Suffolk as Ipswich fumbled a 2-goal lead at home to Arsenal. That draw was compounded by a 2-0 win for Burnley against Blackpool. If the old Clarets were back, Ipswich surely didn't stand a chance. Another nervous Ipswich display claimed a point at Stamford Bridge the following day, whilst Burnley performed even worse on their travels, losing at Bramall Lane. Fate still wasn't in Ipswich's hands, they led by a point having played a game more. The intolerable quiet of Easter Sunday finally gave way for another decisive day in the title race. Ipswich were due at Highbury, Burnley had a considerably shorter trip to Bloomfield Road. Burnley could only manage a point, swinging the door wide open for the Tractor Boys to march on through it. League titles needed sacrifice and Ray Crawford's playing through the pain barrier was exactly that, as he masterminded a 3-0 win in North London. And still, fate remained with Burnley. 2 points the difference, but Ipswich had only the hosting of Aston Villa 5 days later, whilst Burnley hosted the relegated Chelsea and a trip to Hillsborough. Burnley would need to rely on goal average. Saturday, April 28th, therefore, could be title day. A win and a Burnley slip-up was required. Anything else and Ipswich would have to stew for 2 days until they heard news from Hillsborough. 72 tense minutes were finally relieved when Ray Crawford bundled in a headed rebound before the second came 4 minutes later. Meanwhile, Burnley were locked level with Chelsea and a glorious chance fell to Ray Pointer. A goal and Burnley take the championship to the final day, needing a win. The net remained still, the scores still level, and Ipswich Town were champions of England. Portman Road was flooded with supporters delirious for the team's efforts, but they didn't know the news from Turf Moor yet. It was left to a London Evening News reporter attached to a telephone to relay the information. A simple ear pressed to the phone, followed by a simple thumbs up in a simpler time. A simpler time that was over. Such was the level playing field of football before the abolition of the maximum wage in England that Ipswich Town weren't the first team to become English champions immediately upon their promotion to the top flight. Everton had done so in 1932 thanks to the goals of Dixie Dean, and Tottenham Hotspur, with Alf Ramsey in their playing ranks, matched that feat in 1951 under Arthur Rowe's management. But they'd both been in the First Division before. Nobody had won the First Division in their first ever top flight season, with the obvious exception of Preston North End in 1889, when it was everyone's first season in the First Division. Ipswich had won each of the third, second and first divisions, but again they weren't the first to do so. Wolves did that between 1924 and 54. Ipswich had performed the same feat, but inside of 8 years from 1954 to 62. Ipswich Town's success solely relies on Alf Ramsey, and their meteoric rise can largely be attributed to the tactical innovation of the deep-lying wingers Stevenson and Ledbetter. They facilitated the likes of Crawford and Phillips when wingers in this time were supposed to be getting chalk on their boots, out wide or by the byline. It is a tactical route with his roots in Ipswich and via Mario Zagallo in the first Brazilian World Cup winning teams of 1958 and 62. It allowed for a team who probably should have been skulking around the lower reaches of the second division on quality to go from third division obscurity to champions of England. Of course, for a team of Ipswich to rise the way they did, they needed a drop of luck. Only 7 teams had won a 42-match top-flight English league with fewer points than Ipswich's tally of 56. Only Sunderland's 1936 vintage had conceded more than the 67 goals to claim the title. That luck, of course, stretched the treatment table, which remained largely vacated. 11 players featured in 44 matches or more, with the remaining 6 players used not reaching double figures for appearances. But it was a triumph of its time. The maximum wage was in the process of being abolished, and it really was the beginning of the end of an era truly where anybody could win. If you missed our last issue of videos on German football, have a look through this playlist. We've got Union Berlin, Borussia Mönchengladbach, Hamburg and plenty of tales from East Germany. Ipswich Town were champions in 1962, but that was quite literally consigned to what little black and white footage existed of it. The Tractor Boys were ploughing their own future back in Division 2, trying to find their place, wondering if they could ever get back to those famous days, and from the farm they made it back. This is Bobby Robson's Ipswich. The long road to recovery began in earnest in October 1964 when Bill McGarry turned up as the club's manager. Come the end of his first season in charge, just one member of the championship winning squad from 3 years prior remained, Billy Baxter. It was Baxter with the armband carrying the Division 2 trophy in 1968 when Ipswich were finally promoted by a single point from QPR. This after years in the wilderness, oscillating between Division 2 mid-table fodder and half-hearted attempts at returning to the top flight. Back to the promised land, Bill McGarry had the footballing world at his fingertips after a mid-table finish of 12th in his first season. So he did the normal thing and resigned. Plunged into chaos, Ipswich Town took to finding his replacement in the same manner. Firstly, the job was offered to Franco Farrell, who had made his name at Torquay United, but he had just got the Leicester City job and would be busy taking them to the FA Cup final in 12 months' time. Bob Stokoe and Jimmy Scholar were also reportedly in the frame, whilst Billy Bingham of Northern Ireland fame was also shortlisted for an interview until he saw the club and quickly pulled out. The Tractor Boys were spluttering and they were forced to interview their 5th choice manager. The 5th choice and the last name on their shortlist. Just what on earth could they hope for now? But before we answer that, I need to tell you about how I watch every single Premier League match completely legally, which means it's VPN time! A VPN hides your IP address, which lets you safeguard your internet connection. So, the absolute opposite of what the Manchester United defence would do. Am I right? No? Okay. And for those who haven't skipped this YouTube advert because you bloody love a bargain, here's why you should choose private internet access, today's video sponsor. 1. They're offering you an insane 83% VPN discounts and 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 months completely free. See it like Manchester City buying Citigroup players for a knockdown price. 2. You can protect an unlimited amount of devices at the same time. Chelsea's transfer strategy for 1. You want 783 devices protected? Just buy them all up and protect them. 3. You can access region-restricted content from all over the world 365 days a year. Good news for Spurs fans whose passports are usually back in that cupboard by December. That is private internet access. Links to the discount in the description. Ipswich hired a man without the accompanying contract, a man who had suffered through a tempestuous start to his managerial career in Vancouver of all places before coming back home with Fulham, a man who had only retired from playing in 1968. And now he was back in the deep end. Enter Bobby Robson. Amidst the chaos, Ipswich did well to simply just exist by the skin of their teeth in the top division, as Robson's Ipswich bottomed out at 19th place in 1971, but had improved to the tune of 3 points from their prior 18th place the year beforehand. The summer of 71 brought optimism. The Portman stand was built, raising the capacity to 37,000, and a blast from the past in now World Cup winning manager Alf Ramsey helped open the stand on the opening day of the season. Also unveiled was the £30,000 transfer of Brian Hamilton, who almost cost as much as Alf Ramsey's entire championship winning team. He joined fellow new recruits Alan Hunter and Rod Belfitt in making a solid yet unspectacular start to the season, where the Tractor Boys drew 4 of their first 6 matches 0-0. Robson wasn't making any friends in Suffolk with his style of football. In a difficultly inconsistent third season for the manager, they'd lose as heavily as 7-0 to clubs like Sheffield United, but also go toe-to-toe with the league's best, getting points out of both Merseyside clubs and beating contenders like Newcastle, Tottenham and Manchester City. Those latter results were enough to pull Ipswich clear into 13th place. Goals from Mick Hill and Trevor Wymark were a cornerstone to the season, and they would be helped by the promotions to the senior team of Kevin Beattie and Mick Lambert. This time round, Ipswich were keen to improve on their youth development. The campaign began with a bang, a win at Old Trafford against a much diminished Manchester United. When their otherwise great start wobbled in October, Brian Clough's champions Derby County were beaten spectacularly, 3-1 at Portman Road. Rod Belfitt was banging the goals and all seemed right with the Ipswich world until Bobby Robson sold him, swapping him for Everton's David Johnson. It seemed like a bizarre move at the time, but it helped bring youth to the front line. And it was the attacking partnership between Johnson and Wymark that drove Town up the table. In a team full of partnerships, Beattie and Hunter kept things solid at the back. Mick Mills and Colin Harper were the studious fullbacks, whilst Mick Lambert and Brian Hamilton ahead of them were on the wings. Meanwhile, Colin Viljoen pulled the strings in the middle of the park, a solid basis for what would turn out to be, statistically, Ipswich's second best season in their history. Their form was crucially strong through the middle portion of the season and included a draw at home to Liverpool, a win at White Hart Lane and the double completed over Man United. It left Ipswich a mere 2 points away from qualifying for the UEFA Cup and 3 matches to do so in. Draws against Leicester and Sheffield United confirmed that, and a piece of silverware was even won. No, not the FA Cup, not yet anyway, but the little-remembered Texaco Cup, the winning of which was further enhanced by the opposition they dispatched of. Local bragging rights over Norwich City thanks to 2 2-1 wins. 4th place in a cup, as irrelevant as the cup might have been to everyone else, was the good basis of a foundation for a new Ipswich Town. That summer the fresh optimism drove on this new Ipswich. New floodlights for the stadium and new training areas, but little in the way of movement in the transfer market, which looked even worse when the club slumped to just 1 win from its first 7. The season only got going when a certain Real Madrid turned up at Portman Road and were downed thanks to a deflected Mick Mills winner. Fortunate as that triumph was, the true success came in the rearguard performance at the Bernabeu, as a 0-0 draw earned Ipswich their most famous win yet. The second round was a bit more explosive, to say the least. Lazio were a fantastic side, likened to the total footballing Netherlands team, but relied a bit more on the heavy-handed side. Still, in this rougher tie, Ipswich pumped the Romans 4-0 at Portman Road before limiting the damage in the Olimpico to a 4-2 defeat. The action wasn't over there, as Ipswich players and staff were pinned back in the dressing room as chaos reigned supreme out on the pitch and in the corridors. Lazio fans would not forgive Ipswich for a couple of favourable decisions back in England. After that, anything was going to be a kinder experience, and the continent and FC Twente proved an easier ride for Ipswich to reach the springtime latter stages of the UEFA Cup. Warming up for the return of continental football against Lokomotiv Leipzig, Ipswich surrendered points in 3 successive league games with draws against Spurs, Norwich and Chelsea after a February elimination from the FA Cup. Still in 5th place, coupled with a decent run in Europe, Robson was eclipsing the great achievements of the prior season. Brian Talbot made a winning debut in the first leg at home against the East Germans in Europe, assisting Kevin Beattie's goal. Unfortunately, the tentative 1-goal lead would be equalled, and when it came to Germans, penalties was always going to go their way. Alan Hunter the victim as Ipswich lost 4-3 in the shootout. Ipswich showed enough resolve, winning 4 of their next 5 to secure a return to the UEFA Cup and another 4th position. The 1974-75 season had scarcely started off any better from an Ipswich Town perspective. 4 wins, non-conceding and 7 goals, not against mugs either, against Spurs and Burnley, and the double against Arsenal. All done without dipping much of a toe in the transfer market yet again. Ipswich only found their first disappointment in FC Twente's revenge at the first hurdle in the UEFA Cup. Only injuries to the strike force could unseat Ipswich Town from the top of the league in October, as defeats against QPR, Burnley, West Ham and Wolves took the Tractor Boys down a peg or 2. But this form of Ipswich was resilient now and were even in the title mix by Christmas. The only thing mucky in the tinsel and the fairy lights was a quarter-final elimination from the League Cup, which wouldn't have been a big deal in of itself, but it was when the Canaries of Norwich City flew beyond them. Key defeats in the new year away to Carlisle, Liverpool and Coventry in January and February turned Ipswich from table toppers to just another wheel in what was an incredibly tight league table when 5 points split the top half. If the prior season showed Ipswich Town's European nous, this one showed their cup nous even further. The League Cup quarter-final was raised with a semi-final in the competition that mattered. Ipswich knocked out some massive teams on the way too, Wolves, Liverpool, Villa and Leeds, before a semi-final at Villa Park against West Ham in the FA Cup. Ipswich were 5 weeks unbeaten, which stretched to about 4.9 million matches since their quarter-final with Leeds was drawn umpteen time. 17-year-old John Walk made his debut in the deciding match, and by the time the semi-final rolled around against West Ham, which would of course be settled by a replay, Ipswich had already done enough to qualify for the UEFA Cup yet again. That incredible achievement was only blunted by a forward who started the season off at 4th tier Rochdale, Alan Taylor, who scored both of West Ham's goals to win the FA Cup semi-final replay. Consolation came in the form of the Youth Cup, just another step in a new-look Ipswich Town that was foundationally more proper. So when Ipswich's subsequent season was a slight dip, the club and its supporters still kept hold of a strong faith towards Bobby Robson. The start wasn't great, it got worse when they exited Europe to Club Brugge despite winning the first leg 3-0, and they were put out of the FA Cup by their former manager Bill McGarry and his Wolves team. Only in March and April did the inconsistencies of the 1975-76 season dissolve and edge Ipswich back into the top 6. Their worst season for a while with no true cup run or European qualification, but just a reminder that this was Ipswich Town. A top 6 finish still lived in the realms of fantasy. And yet Robson still found the realisation that the team had to evolve. Brian Hamilton and David Johnson both moved to Merseyside, the former for the Blue Half, the latter for £200,000 to Liverpool. Johnson's replacement was Plymouth's Paul Mariner, whilst Robson supplemented the team with an increasing band of new recruits from the youth academy. John Walk headed a class featuring Keith Birchin, Pat Sharkey, John Penalty and Dale Roberts, who all featured more and more for the senior team. Yet by the midway point of the season it all felt more like the end of an era. Domestic cups were exited early again, League Cup to Brighton and FA Cup to Wolves yet again. But by far the biggest impact came with the leak that Bobby Robson had been approached by Everton. It came at exactly the wrong time. Ipswich were in the middle of a 16-match unbeaten run which took them from 17th to top. John Walker and Brian Talbot were being entrusted with the midfield a lot more, Beattie and Michels were now the first choice in defence, and Robson had the team all pulling in the right direction to a shock potential title win. But we can thank the Daily Express for this era and this video existing. Their haphazard leak before Robson could even inform Ipswich of Everton's approach put a pin in the move happening. Robson couldn't find it in him to desert Ipswich when everyone but the Ipswich hierarchy were informed about it. So, the Express isn't just a shit rag, they do good things too, occasionally. The unbeaten run was called with a run of 6 defeats in 12 between mid-January and early April. Suddenly, with Easter approaching, the title's fate was out of Ipswich hands. Enter a post-Easter hangover and 3 losses on the bounce, and Ipswich even had a job on to qualify for Europe, but still managed to do so even without Kevin Beattie, who was ruled out for the rest of the season with serious burns after he lit a bonfire in Easter with petrol. The second half of 1977 meant Europe was back and Ipswich were back too. They improved both on and off the pitch. The Churchman's Stand was improved upon as Portman Road further modernised. Adidas were now supplying the kit, and the youth team had churned out yet another player in Alan Brazil. Factor in early UEFA Cup and League Cup progress with an almost perfect league start, and there was the thought that this was the season that Ipswich could finally win a trophy again. Then Brian Clough turned up with his newly promoted Nottingham Forest and taught Town a new one. The 4-0 loss at the City Ground was a mere glimpse into the near future. Ipswich wouldn't make the spring in Europe, nor make a splash in the League Cup, and Trevor Wymark's long-term injury led to a disastrous second half of the league season, which spurred on a monumental 18th place finish. And yet, it was one of the happiest seasons of Ipswich Town's history. It was a season where Johan Cruyff and Johan Neeskens turned up at Portman Road and were thumped 3-0. Just forget about the equalising of that aggregate and a penalty shootout defeat in the Camp Nou. It was a season where Ipswich finally made it to Wembley via the bodies of Cardiff and Hartlepool in the earlier rounds, and a replay against Bristol Rovers thanks to a snow-covered first game in the West Country, via the thrashing of Millwall away in the 6th round before the semi-final took them to meet West Brom at Highbury, with the stadium's tenants meeting eventual league champions Nottingham Forest in the other semi. An edgy semi-final was wrapped up by the young John Walk for the third, but carved out by Brian Talbot's body-on-the-line finish for the opener. A mere 2 weeks removed from confirming their First Division survival, Ipswich Town lined up against 8-time English champions and 4-time FA Cup winners Arsenal at Wembley. Bobby Robson had pencilled in the half-fit, widely disliked Colin Viljoen into the team for the final, only to be bowed down after player pressure, which greatly angered the coach. And yet, it proved the right thing to do, as a midfield containing Roger Osborne, John Walker and Brian Talbot proved the right combination, whilst Alan Hunter and Kevin Beattie played through the pain to play. Osborne got the goal on 77 minutes as the 5-2 outsiders to win the cup on the morning of the final earned the deserved win. Ipswich Town were FA Cup winners and were ready to enter the 1980s a year prematurely. Now they were truly contenders. Ipswich Town, though, paid the price for that success. Cup final hero Osborne, as well as both Hunter and Beattie, would miss the majority of the 1978-79 season through injuries, all due to knee complaints. Terry Butcher was due to fill the void, rising to the first team, but that was put on ice when he fractured a cheekbone early on in the season. The one incoming was prized from foreign lands, a rarity in the 1970s when Arnold Muren was convinced to join from FC Twente. The £150,000 fee and long weeks of acclimatising might have derailed the former Ajax midfielder before he was allowed to get going, but both his and Ipswich's poor start was corrected soon enough. Pumped in the Charity Shield out of the League Cup and just about through in the Cup Winners' Cup against AZ Alkmaar, more on them later, Town were only able to claim both points against Man United and Wolves in the first 8 weeks. The season struggled to get going amid fraught consequences off the pitch. Brian Talbot escaped Suffolk through a £450,000 transfer to Arsenal, whilst David Geddes attempted to rid himself of the guilt for a car accident that claimed the life of youth team player Peter Canavan. He was sold to Aston Villa for $300,000. Players even tried to escape European camps, 4 of them breaking curfew in Innsbruck amid the second round of the Cup Winners' Cup. And when Ipswich weren't troubled by those problems, other clubs attempted to poach their manager. To his credit, Bobby Robson fended off interest from both Barcelona and Athletic Club to remain in England with Ipswich. He had credit in the bank, further bolstered by only exiting the FA Cup and Cup Winners' Cup to Liverpool in the former and Barcelona via away goals in the latter. It meant that only the country's best could stop them defending their cup trophy, and one of Europe's finest hadn't beaten them decisively across 2 ties. Once those distractions were out of the way, the Tractor Boys churned through the gears and won 8 and drew 3 of their last 11 matches to pull out of the mid-table mess and into 6th once again. A season of consolidation, but under the circumstances and based on Ipswich's traditional standing in the game, a considerable success once again. Changes in the back room didn't necessarily mean unbridled success in the 1979-80 season. Bobby Ferguson was promoted to assistant after Cyril Lee moved to Stoke, and Ipswich moved again haphazardly out of the UEFA Cup to Grasshoppers, out of the League Cup at home to Coventry, and rock bottom of the league as late as October. And they'd hardly helped themselves. Alan Hunter lobbed his own goalkeeper from 40 yards in a defeat against Liverpool, one of the lowlights. But yet again, once all distractions were removed, Ipswich Town rocketed up the league. Being the relatively smaller club when compared to the likes of Liverpool, Arsenal, Man United, Aston Villa and Spurs, Ipswich still needed everything in order for them to climb up the league. Between Ipswich's UEFA Cup elimination and the final day of the season, the club lost just one game. One game. First it was grinding out wins, away at the baseball ground and Burden Park before Christmas, but then it was the bolstering of confidence to go to Goodison and win 4-0, and to go and win 6-0 against Manchester United, in a match where Ipswich missed 3 penalties, a match that could have been 9-0 before the 9-0 in 1995. Whilst Everton would get their Goodison revenge in the FA Cup quarter-final, there was no dampening the mood of the Tractor Boys. They claimed 3rd place ahead of Arsenal, qualifying for the UEFA Cup as the defence shone, thanks to the integration of youth talent Russell Osman and Terry Butcher. Alan Brazil was busy banging in the goals, hitting double figures for the first time, and Ipswich went double Dutch with the acquisition of Frans Thijssen, who hit the ground running. Now Ipswich were really ready to be a European team. They showed as much when they dispatched a former European Cup quarter-finalist Everton 4-0 once again and beat the European champions past and future in Forest and Villa before embarking on a European season for the ages in the UEFA Cup. Ipswich were playing some of the best football not only in England but also in Europe, as they scored 14 goals in 6 European ties to confirm their place in the UEFA Cup quarter-final with recent European Cup finalists Saint Etienne in March. By that point, Town had gone the first few months of 1981 unbeaten, and between triumphant legs against the French outfit, had confirmed an FA Cup semi-final. Factoring their place atop the league, a point ahead of Aston Villa with a game in hand, as the top 5 was made up of Villa, Forest, Southampton and West Brom, the treble was almost certainly on for the Tractor Boys. And yet the losing of the title could be traced back to 4 days before Ipswich's victory over Saint Etienne. They'd beaten Spurs 3-0 but lost both George Burley and Mick Mills for the remainder of the season. With their defence depleted, Ipswich could only limp through the remainder of the league, losing more games in 14 days than they had done in the first 32 matches. Fate out of their hands, they bounced out of the cup to Manchester City. They won the top of the table clash against Aston Villa, but in spite of that, they'd lose a further 4 times in their remaining 6 fixtures in the league to hand the title on a silver platter to Villa. First at home to Arsenal and the second gallingly as ever away at Carrow Road. Still armed with the goal difference superiority, Ipswich chucked in one last chance at the title when they lost 2-1 at Ayresome Park to Middlesbrough. They remained one shining light, and Ipswich's football was no finer than in the semi-finals of the UEFA Cup, when a couple of gritty 1-0 wins over FC Köln was enough proof that Town had found the requisite style to win a European title. Before the final's first leg came to Portman Road with the belated return of AZ Alkmaar. Ipswich unloaded on the Dutch team, John Walk, Frans Thijssen and Paul Mariner with the goals in a surreally comfortable 3-0 win. It left the oversized silver vase known as the UEFA Cup waiting for them in their 66th and final match in a marathon season in Amsterdam. Although the aggregate scoreline would read 5-4 eventually, the tie was all but up when Thijssen found an early 4th goal. Even though a treble turned into only a single trophy, it's worth reaffirming that Ipswich Town had won a European trophy. In 1981, football changed a little bit more when 3 points for a win was introduced. It didn't seem to do the Tractor Boys any harm top of the table in September when they were unfortunate to be drawn Alex Ferguson's Aberdeen in Europe, who eliminated them at the first hurdle. Her first ever run to the League Cup semi-final was surprisingly ended by Graham Taylor's Watford, whilst the season was turned on Terry Butcher's injury at Luton Town in the 4th round of the FA Cup. After needing multiple blood transfusions, Town would miss their rock at the back, and in the meantime they were put out of both cups and were transformed from league leaders to 7th place upon his return. They suffered a trophyless season primarily because of a resurgent Liverpool, which meant that not even 11 wins from their final 15 could get Ipswich remotely close. John Walk's stratospheric penalty miss at Main Road in late April was the final nail in the title coffin. And with that, the Bobby Robson era was over, for he had a higher calling than little old Ipswich Town, who he made massive. In what was quietly becoming a tradition, the FA looked to Ipswich Town for the latest England national team manager. After all, it worked so well first time round when Alf Ramsey was plucked from Suffolk and won England the World Cup. Since then, everything the FA did was attempting to replicate that success. Bobby Robson went the closest of anybody in the 20th century, both in getting England that second trophy and in getting Ipswich that second league. Ipswich Town's decline began almost immediately upon Bobby Robson's poaching. They suffered relegation in 1986, and although they were back up in time for the Premier League in 1992, the only impact they made was in losing by a record margin and getting quickly relegated in 1995. It was a time where Ipswich supporters lamented the club's ambition. More intent they were on renovating the stadium and running the club as a business than achieving real success on the pitch. Portman Road was modernised to within an inch of its life, great, but lagging far behind was the talent production and achievements on the pitch. In the 40 plus years since Robson departed, Ipswich Town have spent more time in the second tier than the top by quite some margin. This season will be their 10th in the top flight since Robson, and they have spent almost half that amount of time as low as League One. Bobby Robson's Ipswich existed perfectly placed between the 60s boom of Nicholson, Revie, Busby, Shankly, Catterick, Mercer and the Merseyside duopoly of the latter 1980s. And yet still there laid some enormous figures in Bob Paisley's Liverpool, whilst the provincial clubs in Forest and Derby governed by Brian Clough, Aston Villa led by Ron Saunders and Southampton led by Laurie McMenemy were joining the elite. Meanwhile, the traditional powers of Spurs, Manchester United and Arsenal still put up a fight. In this era, Liverpool aside, there was probably no club playing football quite like Ipswich in England. They were incredibly unfortunate to exist in a time where only winning the league granted you a spot in the European Cup, and existed in that league where the teams exclusively won the European Cup between 1977 and 82. Such was their greatness, perhaps they might have done something in the European Cup had the rules for qualification had been as weighted towards English clubs as they are today. No, they didn't win the league as Alf Ramsey had done, but they were incredibly competitive over a longer period of time, won multiple cup competitions and were built on a much more solid foundation. Not to mention, they were successful in Europe. And to hear all about that Ipswich Town team under Alf Ramsey that won the league in 1962, click this.
Nun wieder Franz Beckenbauer in der strahlenden Pose des Gewinners.
Leeds United fans still chant "We are the champions, champions of Europe" because of that night in Paris 50 years ago now. But it wasn't Don Revie who managed them in that final, it was Jimmy Armfield, the forgotten man of Elland Road. Brian Clough was gone. The Don Revie succession plan was not only dead in the water, but it had been a complete overkill which threatened the very future of what the great man had built over the prior 13 years. In the midst of the rubble, it was Maurice Linley, Sid Owen and Billy Bremner who were tasked with selecting the team in the interim. And if that wasn't funny enough, The club offered Johnny Giles the job a full 2 months after they had rejected Don Revie's nomination for his loyal former player to take the job. Much like in Clough's time, the board was split 3-2, with the majority accepting of Giles. It was the slimness of this majority though that was enough to spook the player, who still played at Elland Road, and he didn't take the job on. After being pied off by the midfielder, the board got a bit of a flap on then as to who would be the long-term successor to Revie. The madcap rush took them to Burden Park and Bolton Wanderers, where a young and inexperienced coach was building something quite impressive. Jimmy Armfield had been in charge of the Trotters, yeah, that is a daft nickname, since 1971, and in his second full season he had steered them to promotion out of the 3rd Division. He was a young coach in the making a name for himself in the lower divisions, earning promotion. Would that be an omen for a potential new Don Revie or a potential new Brian Clough? Armfield was greatly respected in the business, playing over 600 times for Blackpool and being part of the wider England squad who in 1966, as you might well know, won the World Cup. There had been a chasm of 3 weeks between Clough's sacking and Armfield's appointment. Clough had been taking charge of 7 competitive fixtures and another 6 had been allowed to elapse before another permanent manager took charge. The run had confirmed another 3 matches would be piled onto what was already a hectic looking fixture list. In the negative column, Huddersfield Town held Leeds again in the League Cup, forcing a second replay in the second round. In the positive column there was Leeds United's return to the European Cup. FC Zurich, the first round opponents for the Yorkshire club. They turned up to Elland Road and had their bellies tickled 4-0 in what was the interim manager's first triumph. Then in their last act was a trip to Switzerland of consolidation, when more European football was confirmed for the October. In the meantime, Leeds had managed just 1 victory in league competition, thrashing Sheffield United 5-1, while trips to Turf Moor and Goodison Park either side of that represented yet more damaging defeats. As it happened, Armfield would be thrown in at the deep end, handed a match day for his very first day in charge of the club. Arguably, it was the club's most difficult fixture first, with the visit of Arsenal. And of all people, it was a Brian Clough signing who won the match. Duncan McKenzie with both goals in a 2-0 victory that had Armfield remarking, "If you can beat Arsenal, you can beat anyone." Anyone starting with Huddersfield Town in the overly long League Cup second round. Armfield's momentum continued in the following round as Bury was sunk. The new manager had 2 key things in his cliched in tray. First up, get Eddie Gray out of them reserves and rehabilitate the winger after the incessant Cloughian barbs. The second, to sharply raise the morale of the group. Leeds had gone from a father figure in Don Revie to a brutal arsonist in Brian Clough. Armfield on that scale was more of a kind uncle. He was a nice guy in a team that supposedly was full of thugs. Some found him too nice, some found him to be the perfect tonic. His first great masterpiece wasn't on the field, however, it was laying on a stage adaptation of Cinderella, and no, I'm not taking the piss. According to Daniel Chapman's essential book, 100 Years of Leeds United, Duncan McKenzie played the lead, Paul Rainey was cast as Prince Charming, and Gordon McQueen, the Good Fairy. Amidst all that nonsense, the club's form wouldn't pick up immediately. They claimed just 1 win from the next 5, which factored in a surprise elimination from the League Cup in the 4th round against Chester. The rain needed just 1 flicker of life to get things going, and that was found in the European Cup, and that was found with a visit of Hungarians Uzpres Dozer in the second round of the continental competition.
Giles. McQueen. Yes! On mark! On mark! Yes! Got it.
With the Hungarians slain 5-1 on aggregate in a surprisingly comfortable pair of contests, Leeds could now put Europe to one side and settle in for the long-haul winter under a new manager. The return to form began with an early November trip to Highfield Road and continued through the league challenges of Middlesbrough and Carlisle United before the visit of an old rival at the end of the month.
On the right foot. Lorimer. Good goal! Monroe, here's Gray. Oh yes, she scored!
Now Leeds were cooking. Even when the FA Cup showed up on Elland Road's doorstep, the club could no longer be distracted. In the 3rd round, Cardiff was slapped by 4-1. Then in league competition, opponents from the capital fell. First West Ham at Elland Road before old foes Chelsea were vanquished at Stamford Bridge. And whilst Coventry and Derby stole a point apiece from Armfield's side, Leeds looked defensively solid once again, securing the points in a pair of 0-0 draws. That in fact was the scoreline when Wimbledon visited Elland Road for the 4th round of the FA Cup. It wouldn't be long, however, before the replay proved Leeds were still quite capable of defeating teams from the capital.
Clark here, Mackenzie between the two. Giles. Oh, he's got a deflection. He's still going well, that's good. Oh, it's an own goal, a terrible own goal!
And with that 5th round triumph over title contenders Derby County at the baseball ground, Leeds were officially competing on 3 fronts. Across 3 days in early March, Leeds would welcome the return of the European Cup in the shape of a stern Anderlecht quarter-final. Also in the quarter-finals of competition back home, a trip to Bobby Robson's Ipswich Town in the FA Cup, and nobody was calling these Leeds players tired and old now.
Defenders, Eddie Gray, the far side to Billy Bremner, and here is Bremner with a chance for Leeds. It's a cheeky little chip.
Anderlecht in the quarter-final was no mean feat and comfortably the hardest task Leeds had yet in the European Cup, and it had been pretty routine when all was said and done. The club were now staring down the barrel of 3 months undefeated in all competitions. With Anderlecht sworn off, Leeds sat in 9th place in the league, holding on to just 37 points, having lost 10 of 33 matches. Under any normal circumstances, a title race would have been downright laughable. And yet, they had a game in hand over Everton, who themselves had won just 14 games, just like Leeds, and were only 6 points ahead. In such a weak field, Leeds could potentially be on for a treble. With 2 weeks to go until Barcelona's visit to Elland Road, Leeds United could have quite easily racked up quite the tab at a Leicester hotel had they gone home for much longer, playing every 2 days against the same opposition to find out the 4th and final FA Cup semi-finalists. In the end, it was a mercy that Ipswich finally had the guts to finish off what had become an absurd spectacle, one of the all-time longest FA Cup ties. In that environment, it's no wonder that a tired Leeds slacked off in the league, going winless in 7 in approach to their Catalan treat in the European Cup. Newcastle, Leicester and Sheffield United each took a point off Leeds, whilst Liverpool supplied the requisite test at Elland Road 4 days before Barcelona's visit. That understandable run of form killed 2 of Leeds' opportunities at a trophy. There now only remained the European Cup. In the squad for Norman Hunter was Paul Madeley, his job man mark Johan Cruyff. It was to be his finest hour.
Jordan, good flick to Bremner. 1-0. Asensi is there as well. Asensi. 1 inch. Jordan. Yoreth.
2-1 the scoreline thanks to the late Alan Clark, winner, a victory on the night but far from a triumph. The Camp Nou was next, Barcelona had an away goal and were strong favourites to join either Bayern Munich or Saint Etienne in Paris.
Now this could be the moment for Lorimer, yes! Peter Lorimer! With the free kick, curling in there once again. Flores, yes!
Despite Gordon McQueen hooking a Barcelona player and being sent off, Leeds had heroically held out for the 1-1 draw. Leeds United were into the European Cup final for the very first time. By now, league form had gone out of the window, although there were 2 pretty handy wins over some strong opposition, both by 2-1 winning scorelines between the Barcelona legs. First, Arsenal fell at Highbury, and then 1978 Cup final conquerors Ipswich Town went down by the same scoreline at Elland Road. And whilst the final 2 matches were effectively throwaways against Wolves and Spurs, nobody really cared anymore. Leeds United were off to Paris for their first ever European Cup final.
Torstensen. Und Tor! Tor! Und 2-0! 2-0!
So the question is, do Leeds have any right to feel aggrieved? Well, there was the penalty that ought to have been given for Franz Beckenbauer's handball midway through the first half. There was the other penalty that should have been ruled against Beckenbauer moments later when he tripped Alan Clark in the box. And then there's Peter Lorimer's goal that was initially ruled correctly by the French referee, only for him to be overruled by the linesman. After all that, fans rioted in the stands and they felt completely cheated. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Bayern were forensically able to pick apart their emotional opponents with 2 goals in the final 19 minutes. There of course is the other side of the coin that saw Bjorn Andersen carted off with a broken leg inside of 3 minutes by Terry Yoreth, which might have warranted a red card but was by no means as blatant as the 3 decisions that went against the English side. How would the club pick themselves up after this defeat? immediate aftermath was surrounded by the waving goodbye to club stalwarts none bigger than Johnny Giles. Giles, who moved to West Brom to become the Baggies player manager, saw his former club squeeze every last penny of profit out of his new club. Manny Cousins' excuse? They'd paid him good money over the years. Giles' retort was to grab the little bollock by the throat and call him a miserable little fucker. His words, not mine. Mick Jones was more forced out of the club, courtesy of his long injury problems culling his playing career. This left Joe Jordan his long-term replacement, and the frontman was part of the new wave sweeping over Elland Road that also saw Gordon McQueen, Terry Yorath and Frank Gray fast-tracked into becoming the club's new cornerstones. The aftermath of Paris continued throughout the summer as UEFA doled out a 4-year ban. Jimmy Armfield had to fight this almost entirely on his own without the help of the club. When he worked tirelessly to get the ban halved to 2 years, the boardroom did at least pay for his travel and expenses to and from Geneva. Let's find out if it mattered. Well, Leeds bombed out in the Cups early thanks to a 1-0 home defeat to Notts County in the League Cup and the same against Crystal Palace in the FA Cup. It left European qualification not possible anyway by backdooring via a cup victory. In the league, only the omniscient Liverpool and notoriously tricky Stoke City of the Victoria Ground had Leeds' number in the first week. A resurgent Manchester United, bouncing back from the second division, claimed a 2-1 win at Elland Road, and the reigning champions Derby County under Dave Mackay were able to steal both points on the first day of November in a match more renowned for a good old scrap between Norman Hunter and Francis Lee. Other than that, Leeds were improving. Duncan McKenzie continued his goal-scoring form, netting 16 as Clough's other signings of Johns McGovern and O'Hare had long since followed him to Nottingham Forest. Their latest string of 7 league games, won from 8 either side of the new year, had Leeds United dreaming of the league title once again. In advance of their solemn cup elimination, Leeds clutched on to a game in hand behind Cross Pennines rivals Manchester United. With only a points deficit, Leeds United were back in the hunt. A point away to a good Wolves side wasn't terminal to Leeds' league ambitions, no, it was more so the one win from the next 8 in the first division, which kicked off with some pretty horrific performances and a grand total of 0 goals scored from 3 straight defeats against Norwich, Liverpool and Borough. At least they rallied to some kind of respectable finish, however. What could have been a disastrous slide down the division was culled somewhat by the triumphs over teams like Everton, Arsenal, Newcastle and Man City. Ultimately, however, with 3 losses from 4 to end the campaign, Leeds were slumped down into 5th, out of European contention even if they would have been allowed to compete. Consequently, the post-second half of the season makes 1975-76 more synonymous with champions Liverpool and their surprise title rivals in QPR and Man United. That summer there was more waving goodbye to be done to club legends. Billy Bremner finally departed for Hull City, whilst Norman Hunter was quickly out of the door too, leaving for Bristol City. Upon his arrival into the West Country, Hunter realised just how underpaid he and his fellow Leeds stars had been when he discovered his basic wage would have made him one of the lowest owners at the mighty Bristol City. A third exit was arguably more inexplicable. Duncan McKenzie was sold despite completing his most prolific Leeds season yet. Even more shocking, his destination, Anderlecht. He would be replaced by Ray Hankin to the tune of 170 grand acquired from Burnley. Meanwhile, pulses were set racing more so by Tony Curry, added to the ranks for 240 grand from Sheffield United. Where once the grits of Bremner and Hunter battled to control the game, Leeds were now governed by players of significantly more flair. Perhaps that could be attributed to their downturn in form. Yes, it took 2 months for Leeds to chalk up 2 victories. Yes, they were hit with embarrassments like shipping 4 at Coventry and going down to rabble like Middlesbrough and Bristol City. Yes, this was far removed from the era of Don Revie as Leeds finished 10th, the epitome of mid-table, with the same amount of wins as defeats, 15 points off the Liverpool pace, 8 points off relegation. But there was one shining light and it went by the name of the FA Cup. After another trip to Stoke City went awry in the first hurdle of the League Cup, Leeds were intent on making their mark on the 76-77 season one way or another. Traditionally, for a team with a potent mix of true capabilities but just as true fragilities, Leeds could only channel that via the medium of the FA Cup. So after 5 goals were slapped beyond Norwich and the likes of Birmingham, Man City and Wolves were each beaten by the odd goal, the venue of Hillsborough and the opponents known as Manchester United revealed themselves. The prize was a trip to Wembley and a potential first trophy of the Jimmy Armfield era. With that, the season was over. There was a certain quality to this Leeds United side, but recurring injuries to talent up front in Alan Clark and new boy Ray Hankin meant that names such as Curry, Cherry, McQueen and Jordan wasn't enough. So when Leeds opened up their chequebook again to bring Arthur Graham from Aberdeen, there was optimism once again. And when Hankins kept scoring and scoring and scoring, that was taken to a new level. After an opening day aberration at St James's Park, Leeds began the season brightly. But this Leeds team, ground down by the marathon of a 42-game league season, were found to be porous in concentrated pockets. From the triple defeats against Bristol City, Liverpool and Borough in October, or to West Brom, Newcastle and in cup elimination to Man City either side of the new year, they could go on a bit of a bad run of form quite quickly. And yet there was solace to be had from the League Cup. Rochdale were always going to be beaten in August before Armfield wouldn't fall victim to Colchester, famously like one of his predecessors. Then when Bolton and Everton fell in the 4th round and quarter-final respectively, Armfield had himself another crack at a semi-final and another shot at Wembley. And what did I say about pockets of bad form? In successive matches, Leeds were beaten by the newly promoted Nottingham Forest. Now, of course, we go on to learn that this was no ordinary newly promoted team. Forest were on their way to a league title and European Cups, but with another season over as early as late February, the salt was applied to the wound when it was a certain Brian Clough the one lifting those trophies, as well as the League Cup, I should add. An improvement of a place and 4 points was no longer enough for some. Joe Jordan and Gordon McQueen were in the primes of their careers and felt no longer obliged to carry an inconsistent mid-table First Division team. They both fled what was viewed to be a sinking ship. Joe Jordan unforgivably in 2 aspects: first, the timing of leaving the club in January, weeks out from a cup semi-final, and secondly, in his destination. But then again, Gordon McQueen repeated the trick, joining Joe Jordan at that very same club in the summer. They were now Manchester United players at a monetary value of £800,000. McQueen couldn't help but deliver one final gut punch, stating, 99% of players want to play for Manchester United and the other 1% are liars. The Armfield transition was always teetering on a knife edge right from the very first knock-ins of his tenure. This double sale just about bowled him over. Factor in key departures to big names and big reputations, combined with Don Howe moving on from his position as assistant manager, it left a gaping hole in the professionalism of the club. Armfield tried to fill it by spunking 300 grand on Paul Hart, Gordon McQueen's defensive replacement from Blackpool, before adding John Hawley of Hull City. But his time had long since run out, as the manager found out about his imminent sacking from the Sunday People, as opposed to the people running the club itself. It was a brutal end to what had been a brutal few years for Leeds United, where the margin between success and failure was wafer thin. From the controversial night in Paris to the pair of semi-finals back home, for happier times, here's a Leeds origin story as told through Don Revie. Leicester City had treaded water for far too long without making much of an imprint on English football. Then Martin O'Neill showed up and reminded Filbert Street of its potential. Leicester City had believed they had found the right man for the job in David Pleat in late 1987, but all he could do was keep them with their heads afloat in the bottom half of the second division. It wasn't good enough, so in the last season before the Premier League was founded, he was sacked and in came Gordon Lee to steady the ship. Quite frankly, the Foxes could be grateful for the restructuring of the Football League into the Premier League because it meant that their eventual resting place of 22nd didn't mean relegation into the third tier. That's just how bad that things had got. After a 20-game spell as caretaker manager, Gordon Lee was subbed out for Brian Little, formerly of Aston Villa for all his playing career, but his first permanent managerial job had seen him take Darlington from non-league to the third tier in successive seasons. On the basis of that, he was hired.
It's by Colin Gibson as well, and Reece Wilmot has missed his kick completely. Gibson will punish him.
Right, who shouldn't really have been able to get behind the Southend defence quite so easily.
But it up. Again he swings it across the heart of that area. James, he was unlucky. It's in the net. It's going to be a shot from Gibson. Oh, it's flown into the Bristol.
It was a nearly impeccable start to life as Leicester City manager for Brian Little, dropping just the 2 points away to Swindon Town, who might have been in the top flight had they not cooked their books. Quickly though, Little began to realise just how cursed this job was, shipping 3 in successive games at Middlesbrough and Barnsley before going down 5-1 to Cambridge United in September. So Leicester went into their penultimate game at Charlton with a 5-point lead with 2 games to play. Middlesbrough's game in hand meant that all the Foxes needed to do was win one of them. They wound up losing both, not even finishing third, which spat them out into the lottery of the playoffs.
Coming in is taken short to Steve Thompson. It's a good chip. And here comes Russell. Great goal. In swinging corner, Dion Dublin moving towards the near post. Up goes Chapel and Heathcote. Good one. And it's Danny O'Shea on the last touch.
Again, it wasn't the best corner, but it's been forced in on the line. They're all at sea at the moment. But Grayson gets a great opportunity here for another. And it breaks to Thompson. Yes! Grayson overlapping down his left. He's got Ormond Royd and Russell forward. Tries the shot. Russell! It's 3. And it's
from the keeper. It's headed on by Ormond Royd and a mistake by the defender. And it's right, and it's 4-0, and well.
And here goes to Ormond Royd. It's 5.
Got a really vital penalty at Tranmere to lift Blackburn's season last month. Mike Newell against Carl Muddleton. They're on the way! Ticket from the back. Whitlow with the free kick. Mims has come for it, not got it. Chance for Grayson, deflected and away this time by Colin Hendry. 2 goal line clearances left on the clock. It's Mike Newell for the second time. Oh, beaten onto the post by Muddleton. The drama just never stops. Here's a chance for Tommy Wright.
To coast past Cambridge only to fall in what was the club's first visit to Wembley in a quarter of a century, it was incredibly tough to take. On the face of it, you have to say that Leicester paid the price for their inconsistencies throughout the campaign and arguably didn't deserve to go up. But armed with that vital experience of losing at the National Stadium, the Foxes belatedly battled back. Yes, it was only after a late February defeat at the baseball ground in which Little's side finally got their act together.
Sun coming out now as Mills makes it on again, edge of the area. Lovely ball in, here comes Wall to goal. Ball finds Coates here, inside the area, and Gary Coates has got another one. Has some space now, and Oldfield smacks that one across, here comes Walsh. In off the post, and Steve Walsh takes the... Now, plenty of options here. This is a tremendous piece of work. And now Thompson will hit the shot in. It took a deflection, completely wrong-footed, and Phil Nixon.
In 9th with 16 matches remaining, they won 8 and drew 1 of their next 9, which not only planted them firmly in the playoff conversation, but gave them an outside shot at automatic promotion. Sadly, 3-0 defeats on the road at West Ham and Peterborough derailed that half-hearted pipe dream, and despite the threat of having their whole playoff campaign undermined by a 7-1 pumping at St James Park, Leicester finished 6 points inside of the playoffs, where they were matched with Portsmouth, who had only just missed out on automatic promotion to the Premier League by goal difference.
He's turned Simons well, and suddenly Portsmouth are in trouble again as Joachim goes through. Now what sort of cross can Daniel put in here? It's a good long one there towards McLaughlin. Chip in there by Thompson. And Oldfield, and it's gone in. And Leicester. Here's Thompson. Joachim alongside him. Still with Thompson. It's a great goal. Oh, that's a good shot. A wonderful goal.
Players knew they had reached Wembley, but the job was still only half done.
Flank. Summerby whips it into Maskell. Well played. Hoddle. To Moncur. Good run by him, and now Maskell. Ahead of him though. Moncur plays it back in again, and no offside. And Taylor has scored. Philpott's cross is an excellent one. Walsh is there. And Joachim Hill. And he curls it beautifully over to the far post. Philpott turning it back in again. Walsh goes up to the keeper, and it's in. Now he's got Joachim and looks for Thompson. And Thompson has equalised. Knocks it long for White, and White steals in and goes down, and it's a penalty.
I do feel that Kevin Paul should be more alert to that ball played through.
From the spot for Swindon. He scored!
You tell me, you're the experts. Supporting Leicester City in this time must have been quite the emotional rollercoaster. To return to Wembley 12 months after the last heartache, to go 3-0 down almost instantly to a team that was probably not as good as you, only to pull level and have the rug swept from under you by a penalty decision. It was difficult to see how any team would have the resolve to go again. But go again they quite clearly did, as they climbed to the top of Division 1 with a January win over Charlton. Now the league was obviously quite tight, as 2 wins separated the top 10, so the Foxes' subsequent inconsistencies had Brian Little descending from hero to zero. An April the 26th win at Fratton Park kept them just about in the playoffs, as the toils of a tough season took its toll on the division. Ending the campaign with 3 1-1 draws was enough for 4th and the playoffs once again. I think the cliche is third time lucky. Steve Walsh's desperately late winner at Wembley had finally seen the Foxes victorious at the grand old stadium for the first time ever in a meaningful capacity, and got them into the Premier League. This in a time right on the precipice before the rampant riches and an improved influx of talent flooded the game. It was a perfect time to jump aboard what was a runaway train.
Possession. Fox. Oh, and Elliott is free, coming in from the left. It nestles in for Robbie Elliott, and the sub.
Vinnie Jones preparing to launch one of those missiles he calls a throw-in. He does get such distance on these long throws. It goes Harford, it's 1-1.
Is struggling. No surprise then when Chelsea got a third early in the second half. Peacock's pass releasing Spencer to score his second of the game.
In theory, yes. In practice, Not quite so much. Brian Little had earned just 2 wins from his opening 14 Premier League games, and after slipping up again at home to mid-table Manchester City, they were in danger of dropping to the foot of the league. Little saw the writing on the wall return back to his footballing home of Villa Park, and 24 hours after his resignation, the Foxes won 2-1 at home to the mighty Arsenal. His successor, Mark McGee, who couldn't arrest the slide, only being able to double Leicester's win tally over the course of the next 24 matches. They were promptly relegated, only propped up by an even worse team in Ipswich Town. By the end of the year, McGee met the same fate, jumping to a West Midlands club in need before Christmas, just when Leicester were steeling themselves for a promotion push. In the playoffs and 1 point off the top of the table, whoever came in next would have the perfect platform for an immediate Premier League return.
Effort by Giorgio Kinkladze. Leicester unable to resist the magic of the midfield maestro and unable to cope with the Premiership side's all-round attacking strength on this occasion.
Alexander on the ball in, it's not a bad one. Poole didn't quite get home, it's 1-0. The scorer, Tony Thorpe, his second goal of the season.
Despite an opening goal after 28 minutes from Ewan Roberts.
No, you're right, it isn't the football you imagine when you think of Martin O'Neill and Leicester City, is it? Scrabbling around looking for wins that never arrived at places like Grimsby, Millwall and Stoke, hardly the bastions of footballing utopias. Still, the first win O'Neill did manage to carve out was the sweetest possible one, away at the traitorous Mark McGee's Wolves. It was a result which left Leicester clinging on to a spot in the playoffs only on goal difference. The platform still remained there for a manager who had started his managerial life at Wycombe, looked to have earned his big break at Norwich, only for boardroom shenanigans to generate him a false start. The more the season wore on, the more Leicester grew into it.
And then book him later, we'll send him off. Claridge is through, chance to make it 2-0, he has! Oh, shoot for Heskey. Heskey's in, left foot, drills it across, Claridge scores! 2-1 it is, 61 minutes!
Taylor supervising the free kick. Oh, is it a come over as well? But here is Taylor's kick. And it was a free header! And the goal!
Played, Ipswich moved into...
Does well to get that one in. And it's gone in! And it's it!
By April 13th and a draw at Tranmere, Leicester were on the outside looking in. It appeared as though the Foxes had missed their chance at the immediate return. Then they pushed themselves over the line. Oldham, Huddersfield, Birmingham all beaten at Filbert Street before a crucial 1-0 triumph at Watford leapfrogged them over Ipswich and into the top 6. There can be no doubt about it that O'Neill's manoeuvres in the transfer market had crept the club over the line. Neil Lennon had been purchased for midfield from Crewe. Joining him in the middle was Chelsea loanee Muzzy Izzet. Steve Claridge up front, though, would only grow more crucial as the playoffs kicked into gear.
I've got the best scoring record away from home in the division. It's they who won the attack first, with Heskey trying to get into a shooting position here, and getting the ball across the park. Parker has scored! Houghton. It's a good-looking ball through, and it's in! A glorious ball, sets him clear. That could be a penalty, it is! The kick. And a level! That could be the winner from Claridge. It is! Stevie Claridge!
4 straight second-tier campaigns, 4 straight playoff campaigns and 4 straight Wembley visits, and now with this latest win, they had evened the scores up at 2-2, taking themselves back into the Premier League at the first time of asking. Just imagine what Martin O'Neill could do with a pre-season. He didn't wait long on the transfer front. Casey Keller coming in to be the club's number 1 from Millwall. Izzet's loan turned permanent, and Ian Marshall, recruited from Ipswich before lower league talent in Steve Guppy and Matt Elliott, followed midway through the campaign. This time there wouldn't be such a pushover in the top flight.
Ball. Now then, can Claridge get in there? In comes the cross, Heskey's there!
Down to show his pace, Lennon tearing into the centre. Claridge is there! And Leicester, who fitted very snugly into this match at White Hart Lane, have scored the first goal, but Steve...
Got to the ball, here's Lennon. Chance here maybe for Leicester City. They got bodies up. Lennon going all the way. He's in. It's a goal. Yes! Heskey the scorer. Martin got. Grayson in a good position. Yes, Claridge.
Huge scalps were taken in Spurs, Leeds, Newcastle and the reigning League Cup champions Aston Villa. By the time the League Cup latter stages were reached at the end of November, Leicester had sheltered themselves in mid-table between Derby and West Ham. After sinking both Scarborough and York City in the first rounds of the League Cup, the fourth round triumph over Manchester United easily the turning point of the campaign. As each of Newcastle, Arsenal, Spurs and Villa all fell at the fourth round stage, the competition opened up. Leicester were lucky to be handed one of the three non-Premier League teams in Ipswich Town.
Here is Claridge. Now Robbins. Who's got the goal?
This is Marcus Gaal. Oh, driven through Keller and Wimbledon are in front. Parker with a free kick. It's towards Grayson. It's in. The final whistle has gone. It's Leicester City and Martin O'Neill who go to Wembley. The pre-season relegation favourites could end the season with a major trophy to their name.
Without winning one of their League Cup semi-final matches against Premier League Wimbledon, Simon Grayson's goal was enough to have the Foxes sneaking into a fifth Wembley game of the decade against Middlesbrough. Borough were newly promoted much like Leicester, but they had been expensively assembled to the tune of Juninho and Fabrizio Ravanelli. Still, it was to be an even game which pitted two mid-table clubs for the chance at a rare trophy.
Ravanelli tried to get it back to him. Juninho struggling his way through somehow. Ravanelli! He'll do well to make his cross, and Walsh is there again and heads it back. Heskey! Claridge! It's in, is it? It is!
It's tied in the kick-ins, but just got that air about him. But here he is, and he's done it!
Three successive draws after 90 minutes in the competition had taken Leicester up to Hillsborough, a venue not befitting a cup coronation and the last ever replayed major final in English football history. While Steve Claridge and Emile Heskey would gain the goal-scoring plaudits over the final, it was Pontus Karamark who was ultimately the unlikely hero, putting in man-marking performances on little Juninho, which essentially won the day. A strong end to the season, claiming 7 points from 9, earned the Foxes a first top-half finish in the top flight for 20 years. The sky was the limit.
Here's Guppy, courtesy of Heskey. That's a good cross from Guppy. Marshall!
Heskey inside the box. Heskey, chance to chip the ball in, across the face of goal, and he scored! Matt Elliott has got there inside the opening 2 minutes of the game.
The league simply carried on in the same vein. 8 points taken from the first 4 games against royalty of the English game in Villa, Liverpool, Arsenal and Manchester United. A strong start to the season, which also included wins over Spurs and Leeds, made up for the lack of cup run in this season. Firstly, there was a grim display on the East Coast at Blundell Park as Leicester bounced out in the third round of their League Cup defence. Then their exit from the FA Cup was equally as meek, shipping another 3 goals to Crystal Palace, this time in the fourth round. A novelty arrived in September, only a second ever European qualification, and one which was actually achieved by winning a trophy this time.
By Leicester, that's towards the far post again. There's Walsh in with a bunch of goal. He's done it, Marshall. Ian Marshall puts Leicester ahead in exactly 11 and a half minutes, and oh dear. They try to play the 1-2, and that was just then, yes. Juninho. Sorry, if I'd have thought it was a proper. And there it goes.
Ladin making tracks into the box as well. In goes Ladin. A chance, and it's blasted in by Juninho. Here's Cano. Jose Marie. Oh, that's a great ball in. Swept in by Kiko. And that most.
So if you know your Leicester history or watched the previous video that we did, that makes it 2 European campaigns and bizarrely 2 exits at the hands of Atletico Madrid, a team who by the late 90s weren't even a giant at the continental game. Still, by every other metric in the league, Leicester had shown themselves to have improved. They finished with 6 more points, they won 1 more game, scored more, conceded less, and had a goal differential that ranked as the best outside of the top 5. It was only the position that lagged 1 behind because of a better quality of division. The team had been improved to the tune of Robbie Savage and Theo Zagarakis in midfield. Experience was added up top in Tony Cottee as defensive reinforcements followed into the 98-99 campaign. Own goal aficionado Frank Sinclair as well as Jerry Taggart.
Lovely piece of control. He's got 3 Leeds men round him. It's a great run from Heskey. It's a lovely finish, and it's Tony Cottee. 76 minutes.
Impey. Going to go all the way through to Ian Marshall, who has surely won it for Leicester in injury time.
The position in the table was another 10th place. If you're keeping track at home, that's 3 top half finishers on the bounce. This is something that hadn't happened to the club since the 1920s. It just didn't happen to Leicester. If an opening day draw that ought to have been a win against eventual treble winners Manchester United was not good enough, then have the by now biannual triumphs over Leeds, Spurs and Liverpool, and whilst Coventry City did have the Foxes' number in the FA Cup, the same wouldn't be said for the League Cup.
And he's picked out Heskey, and they are coasting into the next round.
And then again, is it? Chance for Messi, is it? And Cottee, it's number 2.
Martin. Parker with the kick. Parker with the goal. 3-4 in the box now, Leicester. It's Lennon! And Cottee with a brilliant goal! To Savage. Sent forward by Lennon, it's a great ball! It's a goal! He's done it again!
If Wembley was a second home for the Merseyside clubs in the 80s and Manchester United frequented the grand old ground lot in the 90s, Leicester weren't that far off themselves. Once Chesterfield were put out of the League Cup, the Foxes were made to work for their Wembley showing. It was all top flight right the way through, and even when it wasn't, Sunderland in the semi-finals, they would go on to post 105 points in the second tier anyway, so were clearly of Premier League quality. Again, Leicester weren't supposed to be doing this, so no wonder that Martin O'Neill was a man in high demand. Everton and Leeds had chased and chased him, but at the 11th hour he made his decision known after a desperate campaign in October against Spurs to make him stay. Spurs, ironically enough, the team waiting for him and Leicester at Wembley.
They could have one, if not both players, in trouble.
Well, Savage will get a booking, I think, maybe for his tackle, but it's what the referee saw.
Yellow for Savage and red for Edinburgh. Good ball there for Everson, and he's got the pace to get in ahead of Walsh and keep going. And Keller, and it's a goal! Would you believe it? In stoppage time.
It was by now a rare blot in the Wembley copybook for Leicester City and Martin O'Neill as Spurs swept to the Alan Hardaker trophy in the last minute. It was a team that didn't need much, if any, money spending on it, as Tim Flowers came in as another goalkeeping option inexpensively. Now, usually in modern football, which you can say it is now thanks to the year starting with a 2, a team usually has a peak of 3 or 4 years. This was O'Neill's 4th. Again though, they improved.
Without necessarily getting their just rewards, at the Riverside Stadium everything came together. The side narrowly beaten by West Ham.
Cottee lurking right in the goal mouth. Flicked on by Sinclair, and that's a second goal for Jerry Taggart.
But once again it failed to tell the whole story as the Foxes finished 8th, a Premier League high for the club and a record equaling 4th consecutive top half finish. Outside of winning the league, it was hard to see just how Leicester could improve, and Leicester winning the league, well, that was never going to happen, was it? Once again, it was typical that it was the League Cup that enhanced City's season, and in Emile Heskey's final days, his record £11 million transfer to Liverpool would only be completed after the final.
So it's Oakes against Digby. Corey slides it in the corner.
Pops up everywhere, Muzzy, is it? Good ball into Heskey!
Jeff Horsfield must score for Paul Bracewell, or Fulham's dream is over. Horsfield! Oh, Beckstad saves!
Savage again. Only Elliott in the box for Leicester, but he has a real presence. Oh! It's a super goal! On Paul Durket's watch. We've played 3 minutes of stoppage time, and it's Wembley again for Leicester City. Heskey is on the near post. There's Elliott! Crossbar in! Batting edge trap here. Can they find one here? It was looked like by Jones. It's Kelly! Oh, there's the answer. David Kelly! Tranmere Rovers. Guppy now with a corner. It's Elliott! And they're back in front.
We're doing a tour of the lesser covered British teams in the 25-26 season, so hop into this playlist and take your pick.
Now highlights of the final of the European Fairs Cup, which was played in Budapest tonight between Újpest Dózsa of Hungary and Newcastle United.
So it's Bobby Moncur, the captain of Newcastle United, receiving the Intercities Fairs Cup and showing it to the fans.
Until recently, this would have served as the last available footage that Newcastle United supporters could get all misty-eyed about their club winning a trophy. Eddie Howe's ruined that. But until he showed up on Tyneside, these were the last glories of Newcastle United.
Alright, here's the 411, folks.
Newcastle's a massive city, dangerously close to Scotland, who were busy pioneering football in the 19th century. Therefore, the sport was bound to take off, and big. After going through name changes from Newcastle Rangers to East End FC, a series of mergers ending with West End, then that created Newcastle United in 1892. By the end of the century, they were in the top flight. By the time the Great War broke out 14 years later, they were undisputably the biggest football club in England. Winning 3 league titles and appearing in 5 FA Cup finals, the Toon finally lifted the now famous trophy after a replay against Barnsley in 1910. The poor record in finals was only remedied the more the century went on, and with the construction of Wembley Stadium. In 1924, only the second final held at the ground, Newcastle won their second cup, this time against Aston Villa. 8 years later followed a third cup won against Arsenal thanks to the goals of Jack Allen, before 3 visits in the first half of the 1950s cemented Newcastle's legacy. In 1951, Jackie Milburn goals won the day against Blackpool. The year after, it was Chilean George Rebeldo with the late winner against Arsenal. And in 1955, Milburn got United on their way with Wembley's quickest final goal in a 3-1 triumph over Manchester City. That would, for 70 achingly long years, be the domestic tentpole for Newcastle United silverware. The reason this video exists is because it wasn't the last time they won a trophy. This story all begins with a relegation. It wasn't the first time Newcastle had been relegated out of the First Division since their heyday. After all, they'd gone down in 1934, just 2 years after winning the Cup and 7 years after winning their 4th and final league championship. The thing that initiated their return back then in 1948 were shrewd signings like Joe Harvey. 14 years on, finding themselves in the same predicament, Newcastle United hired Joe Harvey again, this time as manager. The new boss's first moves were to acquire names like Dave Hilley and Jim Eiley. Those names plus improved performances led the Toon to the top half solidity of 7th in 1963. With the maturing of new signing Frank Clark, as well as additions to the ranks such as Stan Anderson, Gordon Marshall and Ron McGarry, they confirmed another top 8 finish 12 months later. It was only a matter of time before they went up, and thanks to the form of David Craig at the back and Pop Robson up front, they began the 1964-65 season much better. They put 5 or more goals past the names like Preston North End, Leyton Orient and Swindon Town despite a cartilage injury ruling out Alan Suddick for a lot of the early season. Then after a poor start to 1965 had them behind Northampton Town, but firmly entrenched in a promotion battle, the final flurry began in March. Pop Robson and Bobby Cummins combined in wins over both Portsmouth and Norwich. Then it was the turn of Willie Penman, first off for an equaliser at Rotherham before writing himself into club history with a hat-trick at home to Swansea. Before Dave Healey put Newcastle on the brink before Easter, goals at Derby then at home to Swindon to all but confirm their top tier status. Heading into Easter, Newcastle were 7 points ahead of third place Bolton. Who did they play next? Yes, Bolton. Jim Eiley and Willie Penman with the goals that sent Newcastle United back into the big time. There, they largely treaded water. Alan Suddick's goal-scoring form was enough in their first campaign back to finish 15th in 1966. However, they were just 4 points ahead of fellow promoter club Northampton Town, who eventually went down. Wyn Davies was acquired that summer, but he wasn't able to deliver enough firepower to save them from a relegation dogfight in 1967. After 2 league wins from their previous 12 matches, eventual champions Manchester United were supposed to show up and wipe the floor with the Magpies. Instead, Newcastle staved off their opponents to draw 0-0. It gave them the belief in their battle against the drop, first Pop Robson against Blackpool and Peter Noble against Stoke, with doubles in successive wins. A loss against Chelsea and a 15-day break was shaken off with 5 points from 3 matches. A win at home to West Ham had given the Toon breathing room, and a triumph against Southampton all but mathematically assured them of First Division football, but the club's poor goal average had them still fighting for that last point. Unfortunately, it wouldn't come in their next game as they went down 4-2 at Filbert Street. Thankfully, Aston Villa performed identically at home to Everton, thus sending them down and keeping Newcastle up. That survival instinct drove the Toon on the following campaign as Wyn Davies became more prolific despite the club's rampant inconsistencies. Come Easter, the club stood on the verge of European qualification, in 7th place and with a potential best finish since the cup winners of 1951 placed 4th. Then they shat the bed, losing their last 5 to finish 10th. Video over? Nah, have another look at the table. Manchester City, as champions, qualified for the European Cup, as did their neighbours United because they needed to defend their newly won trophy. Liverpool and Leeds in 3rd and 4th respectively qualified for the Fairs Cup as the next best placed teams. Standard now, but only when we examine Everton in 5th and Chelsea in 6th that we stumble upon the quirks of qualifying for the Fairs Cup. Everton as a 2nd place team in their city did not qualify. Chelsea as the best positioned club from the capital did. With an additional Fairs Cup spot open, Spurs in 7th and Arsenal in 9th could not qualify, and West Brom's winning of the FA Cup from a league position of 8th had them in the Cup Winners' Cup. So sat there slumped on the substitutes bench closer to relegation than what would be today a European spot, Newcastle United. The most arse-backward way anyone will qualify for European football, but Newcastle United had done it and now had to cobble together their passports and pack their bags for a continental adventure. Feyenoord could hardly have been a more difficult opponent. They'd win Eredivisie this season and the European Cup the next. Still, a 4-goal onslaught thanks to Jim Scott, Pop Robson, Wyn Davies and Tommy Gibb was enough of an advantage to take to Rotterdam and qualify for the second round. There the opponents did not relent as Newcastle were handed Sporting. After a tense late equaliser was salvaged by Jim Scott in Lisbon, an even more excruciating contest was played out on Tyneside. Pop Robson this time with the vital goal that eliminated their Portuguese opponents and took them into the latter stages. Real Zaragoza might not be the all-conquering dreaded opponents today, but back in 1969 they were one of the forebearers of European football. They'd won the competition after all in 1964, reached the final again in 66 and had since established themselves as the best of the rest in Spanish football behind the Clásico clubs. They stole the win on New Year's Day's first leg before the tie that spun the entire season for Newcastle United. You see, they were hardly pulling up trees, 15th in the league and looking over their shoulder at relegation at the turn of the year. They'd eventually improved to 9th, but it all hinged on the 2-1 win at home against Zaragoza that progressed the Magpies on away goals. Finally, next, a breather. Vittoria di Setúbal, the quarter-final opponent, and a beatable team that were even further diminished for the first leg in Newcastle because of the snowstorm that greeted them. 5 goals put beyond another Iberian opponent, Newcastle moved into more familiar surroundings for their away first leg of the semi-final in May. A match in the sport known as football between two clubs from England and Scotland means I'm obliged to call it a Battle of Britain. And that bore out onto the grassy field in front of tens of thousands of spectators across 3 hours of football. The first half saw no goals but plenty of tempers frayed on the pitch in a 0-0 draw that suited Newcastle to take back home. The second half crucially noted down goals for Jim Scott and Jackie Sinclair, which took the tune to the final. Unfortunately, the action wasn't over there as the frayed tempers weren't just consigned to the pitch. In the end, a 2-0 win wasn't the only victory as Newcastle players escaped the pitch invaders from Scotland to safety. After all that, it was Ujpest Doza of Hungary who stood in Newcastle United's way of being added to the list of English winners in Europe.
Wyn Davies got a real chance. Goal! Keeping this defence under pressure all the time. And goal! A second goal! Aaron Toft. Scott still going. Goal and a good one.
Eddie Dunai, flick through, and Daldunis, Bene with the possession, Bene, Kovacs going through fast, most of the shot, it's in the goal, a beautiful goal, which will now be rather slippery, I would say. Come out to Scott with a chance, Scott with a shot. Bene and Scott, it's a goal, a lovely goal, Newcastle have equalised. Well, in the air, Foggon going through the centre. Foggon all by himself, Foggon almost taken down, and Foggon has hit the crossbar, he scored!
In defending their trophy, Newcastle had a similar run of British and Iberian foes to dispatch of. Once Dundee United, Porto and Southampton all fell, it was sadly not enough momentum to see the Toon ride the challenge of Anderlecht. A 2-goal defeat in Belgium was reciprocated at St James's, except Newcastle weren't fortunate enough to scab an away goal and therefore out of the competition. They might have thought their name was on the trophy again in 1971, especially after beating 2-time European Cup winners Inter at St James Park in the first round. But where 1969's Fairs Cup had been won against a Hungarian side, Newcastle's short association with the competition ended eternally with a loss to some more Hungarians, this time pesky Doza.
Lampard in the way now, Davis. Robson, what a goal! Robson. Young. Well, he's done in the move and he's off to finish it. And a bad mistake, and it's a goal by Wyn Davies. Beautiful ball, well
Jones, Lorimer, what is one of his blasters, Clark is he onside? He's onside and
Moncur. George, he's done it!
the Clark, and headed and pushed in by Tudor.
12th place with roughly the same amount of wins, draws and losses, as close to relegation as Europe, with cup action virtually non-existent. The 1970-71 season could be marked down as okay, but not good enough. In the summer of 1971, Joe Harvey believed that Newcastle United had to change. Out were the European heroes Pop Robson, Wyn Davies, in came a forward for a new decade. Brash, cocky, confident Malcolm MacDonald was the new hero on the Gallagher, and he got to work almost immediately.
Programme, Malcolm MacDonald. Right his name with a very advantageous 2-1 lead. MacDonald with the chance to make it that. There it is. Now MacDonald, chance. Oh, what a goal! What a goal! It's a hat-trick for MacDonald.
He took them from 12th from 41 points with 44 goals all the way to 11th, 41 points, 49 goals. A second half of the season rescued the Toon from the plight of a relegation fight. In a campaign that could be attributed as English football's wildest of title races, Newcastle were far off the pace. With the acquisition of Terry McDermott halfway through the season, that would improve into the 1972-73 campaign.
Sheffield goal line.
McDonald underneath it again. That's loose. Tudor has scored.
There's on the goal line. Smith there as well. Howard missing that chance, couldn't quite get to it.
Resist the challenge. Give. Lovely dummy. Fine goal.
Here's Gibb again, bringing it back. No one there. Hibbert couldn't quite get it in. Oh, Terry Hibbert, what an effort.
Back up again on the touch line. For the other way.
Only slightly. In a season where famous wins over Leeds, Man United, Liverpool and Arsenal could be boasted about, there were also far too many losses at places like Selhurst Park, the Victoria Ground and St Andrews. And in this time, cup competitions that had become star makers for previous Toon players had become a place where hope went to die in the most extreme and memorable methods possible.
Now Tudor's gone down for Newcastle. Radford again. Oh, what a goal! What a goal!
Yes, Newcastle United have been burned in the FA Cup before, in perpetuity as a victim in the most famous giant killing of all time when Hereford, Radford et al. Dispatched of them in 1972. That once famous cup prowess underwent another downgrade 12 months later with defeat at home to Luton Town in the 4th round. So it was no wonder a nervous Newcastle stepped out into the earlier rounds in 1974, a once feared Great Lion, and found themselves scrapping with the Wild Dogs of Hendon and Scunthorpe United in needless draws. Thankfully, West Brom came off the bone slightly cleaner in the 5th round. It took only 1 match and 3 goals from Stuart Barraclough, John Tudor and Malcolm McDonald. But then we enter the haze of the 6th round tie against Nottingham Forest, a match which would go down in infamy.
O'Neill hoisting it up there, Bowyer's after it, and ahead and a goal! Donald on Lyle. Lyle, it's a bad ball out, and it's a goal, it's the equaliser. It's across the goal, and it's Bowyer misses it, and it is in there now. 3-1 ahead. He's there. Pitch itself as a spectator has dashed out there, and now here come the fans. This is what they wanted to do all the time. Newcastle fans rioting out onto the pitch, a terribly dangerous moment for the players themselves now. He's not having the players involved in any problems out here.
Indeed, referee Mr. Q acted positively there. His first thought was for the safety of the players, and that's quite right. You can see they were hardly young hooligans either.
Or Terry McDermott. And it's 3-2. Right in behind Forrest. It's a good cross ball, and it's Tudor! It's 3-3! Tudor hammering it. McDonald, there it is! The winner, surely! Bobby Moncur!
Nottingham Forest claimed their rhythm had been upset by the pitch invasion and successfully got themselves a replay, which went to a replay, finally settled by Malcolm McDonald, of course. In a field that featured reigning English and UEFA Cup champions Liverpool and prolific FA Cup finalists Leicester City, Newcastle couldn't be too pleased to draw Burnley either. After all, they'd finished 6th, 9 places and 8 points ahead of the Toon. Still, it was Hillsborough, and the phrase "up for the cup" was abundant for both teams.
McDonald is away. Morgan is pulling him down. Still McDonald. Straight at the goalkeeper. Still McDonald. And he scored. Malcolm McDonald. And away goes McDonald again. And that's a magnificent goal. That is number 2.
Malcolm McDonald, as ever, the hero in black and white of the Magpies. They would be posted to Wembley for the first time in 19 whole years for English football's showpiece occasion. Standing in their way was Bill Shankly, and May the 4th, 1974 would play host to perhaps the most complete cup final performance in English football history.
Keegan! Goal! Flick by Toshak to Highway! Could this be 2? Yes! Highway, Liverpool showing them party pieces. He wasn't offside. Smith! Yes! Keegan second!
And from a Newcastle perspective, just a shame that it was Liverpool carrying out that performance. Newcastle had finished the season off with a limp 2-0 display at home to Tottenham Hotspur, a match which confirmed another 15th place. In fact, that would be the resting place for Newcastle for the next 2 seasons.
Door by Natras, I think it was. Good shot by... Oh, Clemens!
Houston.
The overhead by McCurry, and it's plenty of room now. Kelly, Carr, Richards.
Not even a change in manager could change Newcastle's mediocrity. After 13 years, Joe Harvey saw fit to step away from the hot seat at what was a stagnant Newcastle United. He delivered them their last glories and presided over the club's most memorable contests, but it was time for him to move into the background. In his place, Gordon Lee. The new boss could hang his hat on one thing when it came to his first season in charge, the League Cup. Southport were breezed past in the second round. Bristol Rovers needed a replay in the next stage before things got serious with a trip to Loftus Road in round 4. Thankfully, that away day to the capital was the turning point. QPR, a surprise title contender, dispatched 3-1. Now Newcastle could maybe have half an eye on Wembley. Next were Notts County, an upwardly mobile club who were 5th in Division 2 by the time they travelled up to meet their black and white brethren, and they would be slain by an own goal. Newcastle could have met Middlesbrough, the unfancied local rival. They could have met Manchester City, a team that still retains some veneer of quality. Instead, they got paired off with the cup team of their day over 2 semi-final legs, Tottenham Hotspur.
Races onto a ball, rounds Pat Jennings and side puts it into the net. Glenn Keely jumps high and heads Newcastle into the lead for the first time on aggregate. Marking by Spurs as Cassidy slots the ball through superbly to Noti, who's plenty of time.
Not really fancied just existing as part of the furniture in the Final Four, Newcastle United were going to Wembley and they had their best chance in 21 years to win a trophy at the famous ground. After all, the last time they had done so, they had defeated the very same Mancunian opponents.
Hartford with it though, yes. They're playing it across there towards Mike Doyle, who got the header in. Might come anywhere. Yes! Cassidy. Played now for McDonald. On to the right foot. Gowling is there. Fair though to float it in towards Tommy Booth. Oh, and what a goal!
Unfortunately, this time would be different. Belatedly, the Joe Harvey era was finished. Malcolm McDonald was gone, sold to Arsenal, as Gordon Lee wanted functional football. He wanted Newcastle to be greater than the sum of their parts. In the end, it wasn't Gordon Lee that sent the club back down to the pits of despair after he got them UEFA Cup qualification in 1976. Nope. After his January 1977 move to Everton via the horrific 40-game spell of Richard Dinnis and Bill McGarry's mediocre return, Newcastle United would enter the 80s in the second division of English football. Newcastle United needed heroes. The city of Newcastle needed heroes. We'll cover them tomorrow, but for now, have a cup of tea. Soak yourself in 1970s football nostalgia, why don't you?
There's Lee! 7-0 to Newcastle.
Spurs fans hadn't been able to sing Glory Glory Tottenham Hotspur with a straight face for years now. The Premier League was here, Spurs were just simply furniture that would be wheeled out for the limelight of a trophy or a good result here and there. So in 2004, they tried to change all of that. This is Spurs, the continental model. Tottenham Hotspur were arguably the most important needle mover in taking English football into the Premier League age. That's because Alan Sugar, clearly in support of Sky's broadcast vision or in their pocket depending on your viewpoint, informed them of ITV's financial limitations and told Sky to blow them out of the water. They did, money streamed in, and did Spurs profit? In a sporting sense, no. Ozzy Ardiles came back as manager. He wowed Spurs with his laissez-faire tactics that front-loaded world-class attacking talents like Teddy Sheringham. They finished 15th, their worst return since relegation in 1977. When he delivered Jurgen Klinsmann to the club, it was Jerry Francis rescuing Spurs that November and taking them to 3 top-half finishes on the spin. Oh, and in this time it must be said the closest Spurs got to lifting silverware was in FA Cup semi-final defeats to Arsenal and Everton in 93 and 95. Meanwhile, the aforementioned talent in Sheringham and Klinsmann, as well as Nick Barmby, would all be ripped away. Meanwhile, Spurs were passing up names like Dennis Bergkamp in favour of players like Chris Armstrong, Ruel Fox, Ramon Vega, and spent nearly £30 million doing so. When Jerry Francis couldn't get talent like Les Ferdinand and David Ginola to work, he was gone. They embodied the famous Keith Birkinshaw quote, "Signs that there was a football club over there could only be found when Spurs sold their soul to an Arsenal legend." Christian Gross hadn't worked as manager, so Alan Sugar snapped up George Graham, famous for the Gunners double in 1971 and Anfield 89. And well, it did work for a while. 21 months later, Alan Sugar waddled off with a boatload of cash. Mere days after a 1-1 draw with Arsenal, with Christmas 2000 right around the corner. Spurs fans got their present early. ENIC were in charge, paying £21.9 million to get themselves 30% of Tottenham Hotspur. ENIC, the type of guys to lay on a buffet for a wedding or a christening from yellow stickered produce from the reduced section down the local petrol station. Of his time at White Hart Lane, Sugar put it better than anyone could when he said, "I put Tottenham into a sound financial position, but as far as performance on the pitch was concerned, we did nothing." By the time ENIC were officially in charge of the club, Spurs had gone on a mesmeric run of form. Mesmeric because of how batshit insane it was. Everton, Southampton, West Ham and Charlton, 360 minutes of Premier League football, not one single goal. It didn't really get much better. George Graham sacked just in time for Glenn Hoddle to return to the club, with his first match back being an FA Cup semi-final against Arsenal.
Tottenham, brilliant save by Seaman, and Everson and Doherty, Tottenham lead! Perez with a free kick, Vieira! To Vieira, only now Wiltor across goal, Perez bust!
It was the defeat that went some way to confirming Sol Campbell's future. He was to leave the club and to the worst possible team, Arsenal. There he'd win pretty much everything there was to win, and the one thing worth winning that he didn't win, he did as much as he could do to do so, scoring the only goal Arsenal have ever scored in a Champions League final. Meanwhile, despite being placed into the capable, trusting hands of Glenn Hoddle, the optimism never really bore out onto the White Hart Lane turf.
Really hasn't stopped all day. There's a shot. Oh no, it goes to Janssen. Now it's through the legs of Neil Sullivan and it's gone in. It's Ferdinand. It's Ferdinand does well. Has Ziege on the far side of the area if he can find him. Christian Ziege has done it for Tottenham. That's for Blackburn. Ledley King. King needs to clear. And he can't with the shot. Oh no!
And when they weren't losing finals in the tertiary cup competition, they were posting back-to-back 50 points and 2 middling finishes before Spurs leaned on another former flame in David Pleat. It was only a run of 5 wins from 6 matches in January and February that pulled Spurs clear of a relegation fight as late as 2004. Spurs were back to just existing again. They had some incredible talent in Jermaine Defoe and Ledley King, but far too much onus was placed on those over the hill, Poyet, Anderton, Ziege and Redknapp, whilst players like Helder Postiga, Sergei Rebrov and Freddie Canute either flopped or didn't want to stick around for too much longer. The club needed a shot in the arm, and they got one. Daniel Levy had 8 months to find a manager, so the supporters' expectations had been built up and up until an appointment was finally made. And it wasn't even for a first-team manager, it was for a sporting director. Yes, Spurs were going down the modern route, and that meant acquiring a member of the stunning Danish Dynamite team, Frank Arnesen, to lead the club into a new age. He was well versed in the job, having spent 10 years at PSV Eindhoven identifying and trading names such as Ronaldo, Ruud van Nistelrooy and Arjen Robben. Arnesen gave Levy the name he wanted as manager, Martin Jol, a man who had been considered a potential assistant manager for Sir Alex Ferguson at Old Trafford. The Spurs owner posited, however, that he couldn't give the supporters Jol, a man who was most recently coach of RKC Waalwijk after they had waited 8 months for Glenn Hoddle's replacement. Of course, Daniel Levy had to go for a big name and he dug out Jack Santini out of his back pocket. Santini, a man who had taken Lyon from Ligue 1 no hopers to champions of France, and they were now part of the Champions League furniture. Less said about his coaching of the French national team to a quarter-final defeat to Greece at Euro 2004, the better. Anyway, Arneson was able to reach a compromise with Levy. Martin Jol would be employed as Santini's assistant, which sounds like a match made in hell. Either way, the squad they would be received was radically overhauled from the prior season. Out were the old guard, with defensive names in Stephen Carr, Gary Doherty and Maurizio Taricco also departing. In their place were fullbacks Noé Pamero and Eric Edmond before a blend of youth and experience in the middle, Noureddine Nebet from Deportivo La Coruña and Coventry City's Callum Davenport. Meanwhile, the first choice goalkeeper was acquired in Paul Robinson from the ailing Leeds United. And the midfield was improved to the tune of 3 players, West Ham's Michael Carrick, Fulham's Sean Davis and Porto's Pedro Mendes, the latter deal finally signalling the end of Helder Postiga's time at White Hart Lane. What did Spurs get for all this change? An unbeaten start to the season, of course. But not for long. What would quite comfortably be described as a dour football team producing binary results of 1s and 0s, they quickly went under as the nights drew in.
And Van Nistelrooy made no mistake from the spot.
Oscar the winner against Everton in October.
Good for you, mate.
Minute header ended our unbeaten run on the road. Paul Robinson made excellent saves from JJ Okocha and Stelios Giannakopoulos, but couldn't stop substitute Henrik Pedersen time Boa Morty, providing Andy Cole with a simple header from 8 yards.
But hey, at least they were still in the League Cup.
It's Canute. Oh, pick that one out. That's 6. Oh, he's made a mess of it. Here's Defoe. 4-2. Shorty now, that's the cup tie. It's well left. Here's Defoe. He goes for goal. Oh, pick that one out. So Michael Brown to give Tottenham the lead on penalties. It's 2-2. So it's cinema upon goal to give Liverpool a place in the semi-final.
Until they weren't. And by that point, everything had changed anyway. By the time London was lit up by Bonfire Night 2004, Jack Santini had resigned. Ledley King's account told of a French manager without much harnessing of the local language looking embarrassed upon his exit. The marriage between he and Jol never truly worked out, communication probably a problem. Santini failed to give a fair crack to players such as Michael Carrick, who would quickly become more utilised under Jol. Not that things ticked up for Jol in his first few weeks. Unfortunate in their League Cup elimination via a penalty shootout, his Premier League baptism was far from ideal.
November was tough.
And we got our manager the fucking sack.
Like the rivals, Charlton was soon 3-0 up at the Lane.
We lost it by a corner, and Solano, the smallest guy on the pitch, scored. So I knew that we had to change the mental thing, the mentality. It's not only about the quality, but it's in football, it's about mentality.
But there was a flicker of life, most notably in that incredible North London derby lost by 5-4. That promise finally bore out into good results, a great defensive knack, even better moments going forward, with just a pinch of controversy as 2004 became 2005 in happier times for Spurs fans.
December was our most successful month of the season with 4 wins and a draw.
Michael Brown and Spurs lead!
Tight decision. Canute going for goal! What a goal!
Easy clearance, and it might fall now for Brown. Brilliant effort! Gaal has claimed his hat-trick.
Eager to swing the ball in left-footed. And Norwich have struggled to get it away.
The tired husk of a team that were closer to relegation than Europe under Santini had become a team ensconced into a European position with half an eye on Champions League qualification. After all, Liverpool were flagging under new manager Rafael Benitez, and heading into 2005, Everton were the team to be shot down from that 4th Champions League spot. Of course, Spurs couldn't quite continue that pace forever, finally undone by league leaders Chelsea, now propped financially up by a Russian oligarch. This spurred on 2 more league defeats amid constant replays in the FA Cup prior to a quarter-final elimination at the hands of Newcastle United up at St James Park. Still, Yol was able to call on backing from above as they handed him attacking firepower in the January transfer window.
To his right. Mido! What a response! It's still Jermaine Defoe! And Mido has got his second!
Alright, nothing would really get much better than that debut for Mido, but Yol had also received the promising Nottingham Forest pair of Andy Reid and Michael Dawson. Armed with a new player in each position, Spurs inconsistently bounce from one week to the next with not a right lot to play for. The end result of 9th and just 3 points off Europe. Such was the promise from the white half of North London, Spurs had to tie up Martin Yol's contract immediately, now that Ajax were sniffing for his signature. The 2005-06 campaign would be the best yet for Spurs in the Premier League.
Defoe. Well, there's no offside, and there's an opening goal here.
Defoe has a decisive goal if he can slip Keane in, he has!
Back for Genus, looking for Mido, 1-0 Spurs.
Such was his enthusiasm to take an early throw. Oh, good touch, here's a chance, Robbie Keane!
Mido might go for Robbie Keane.
And it's bundled in by Robbie Keane.
Tottenham Hotspur were in a Champions League spot in January, and not just that, they were 6 points ahead of Arsenal and they'd already gone toe-to-toe with every big team in the land. They were for real. And whilst they weren't mortally wounded by exits in cup competitions, first to Grimsby Town in the League Cup and then to Leicester City in the FA Cup, one thing did hurt. Frank Harnison had been poached by Chelsea. The Blues, not shy to confetti money into the London sky under Roman Abramovich, handed Daniel Levy an £8 million wedge as Arneson signings Timu Tainio and Paul Stalteri were already through the door at White Hart Lane. Arneson's successor, Damien Comolli, a man with just a year's experience at Saint Etienne but no stranger to North London, having worked as a scout under Arsene Wenger at Highbury. Wayne Routledge replaced Simon Davies on the wing and cruelly missed chunks of the season due to injury. However, Spurs were fortunate to be well stocked in that area thanks to the acquisition of Aaron Lennon from Leeds United. But the big news emanating from the summer window was that a certain Edgar Davids was in the building, whilst Lee Young-Pyo and Jermaine Jenas completed the activity. Spurs started off with 2 wins from 2 in the league for the first time since Jurgen Klinsmann was diving at Hillsborough, and they didn't look back from there. 40 points from 21 matches, having slain Manchester City away from home, would normally be construed as title challenging form. Of course, this wasn't a normal season because Chelsea was still under the spell of Jose Mourinho and early Abramovich, and they had dropped just 5 points from their first 21 fixtures. It left an almighty North London struggle on the cards for participation in the Champions League. Early doors, April 22nd was painted as the key fixture, and on their way there wasn't a whole lot stopping Spurs.
Huddleston and Defoe, and Charlton look for a flag, which doesn't come.
Forced to concede the throw, which Mido has taken very quickly. Brilliant bit of skill by Keane. Brilliant! What a goal!
Oh, he's onside here. Jermaine Jenas can make real inroads, so he's pulled it across. Surely number 2.
With Robbie Keane, and there it is. Mido for Tottenham. To Keane, Robbie Keane, fantastic footwork, but the follow-up is tucked in. He's scored 7 in his last 7 starts, make that 8 in 8.
That final defeat at home to Manchester United left the derby more tense than it should have been. 4 points the difference, with Arsenal still clutching on to a game in hand. A Spurs win would make the matter all but comprehensive. However, given that the tie took place in between 2 triumphant semi-final legs of the Champions League for Arsenal, there would be the slight chance that Spurs could be robbed of a berth in the competition if the Gunners went on to beat Barcelona in Paris.
Tainio, Robbie Keane for Tottenham, whilst Arsenal were reduced to 10 men. Adebayor's done well against Stalteri. Henry, chance, goal!
As you were in the race for the top 4, the half-hearted appeal of Blackburn wavered as Aaron Lennon's winner took Bolton out of the conversation 8 days later. Meanwhile, Arsenal saw off both Sunderland and Manchester City on their travels to set up an incredible final day. 1 point the difference, Arsenal had the final Highbury occasion in hosting surprise package Wigan Athletic. Spurs had a tough London derby at Upton Park. Nothing was guaranteed.
He totally surprises Paul Robinson. He hits it with terrific power, but into the top corner.
His name will be forever associated with Highbury. And on the last day here, he has a hat-trick.
Spurs just did not look right. In the end, any controversy or conspiracy from this famous story has since been debunked. The tantalising tale of an Arsenal fan spiking lasagna sauce giving way for the reality of norovirus sweeping through the club. Daniel Levy got the police roped in, tried to get the Premier League to postpone the game before finally giving in, as Spurs gave up on the Champions League ghost. In any event, had they refused to play, there was the precedent that Spurs would have been punished regardless. See Middlesbrough's failure to fulfil a fixture in 1996 against Blackburn. They were docked 3 points and it got them relegated. Spurs were so close, so they went big in the market once again. Benoit Asuakoto and Pascal Chumbonda for the fullback positions. Didier Zakora replaced Old Trafford-bound Michael Carrick in midfield, and Dimitar Berbatov was brought in up front. Sadly, no cover in central defence, and it would be sorely lacking throughout the 2006-07 campaign, as Ledley King's knee injuries were keeping him out periodically. Furthermore, he was just one of the famous England players going down to a broken metatarsal in the mid-noughties, missing vast swathes of the season.
Defoe! Oh no! There's Chimbonda. Oh, Mike Droppachinas! Nice lead there from Lennon. This is Berbatov. Dropping again. Berbatov!
It was his return in the spring of 2007 that catapulted Spurs back to a more respectable 5th place finish, mere placeholder as best of the rest behind Arsenal, yet without putting up the same fight as they had done 12 months prior. A season that had promised a ton but delivered in pinches. Dimitar Berbatov bagged himself 12 goals in the league, and that was apparently enough to cover a place in the Premier League Team of the Year, not to mention envious glances by those with deeper pockets. Spurs, though, appeared in the latter stages of every single cup competition.
Adebayor, Rosicki can finish it here! Oh, it's over the line!
Now Shevchenko, back onto his favourite left foot!
But typically, were quickly found out by stronger opponents, 2 of which who went on to win their respective competitions. The one that didn't? Arsenal, of course. Either way, it was another building block, having played 19 more matches with more injuries and less quality on the pitch. And Spurs splashed out once again, ruining their transfer record with the signing of Darren Bent before acquiring both Younes Kaboul and Gareth Bale in defence in a summer that was crying out for a left winger. Nope, Bale wasn't viewed as a winger just yet. Meanwhile, Kevin Prince Boateng wasn't a winger either, and was an ill-advised signing for a central midfield department that didn't really need stocking. And despite the investment, the season started disastrously.
Delivery, where will it drop? Chopra! Andy Johnson among those waiting in the middle. It's gone a long way and it's in. Everton are ahead. It's Julian Lesker.
Nani, long way out.
Oh! Fabregas joins in. Worth a shot, surely. Oh!
So when Getafe came to town, Martin Jol was sacked at half-time. Yes, with the scores tied 1 apiece, the club simply couldn't wait to get rid of the man that had gotten the closest in a long while to slapping a bit of respect back on Spurs' name. Without much fight, Getafe got the second half winner, and to qualify from a UEFA Cup group stage, Spurs turned to a man who had experience in the competition. Martin Jol was the first man since Keith Birkinshaw to deliver successive European campaigns to Tottenham Hotspur. His replacement, Juan de Ramos, on the other hand, was a man who had just delivered successive European trophies to his previous employer Sevilla. Not only that, but he had taken Sevilla into the Champions League. Sevilla, a team with a much smaller budget than Spurs, so imagine what he could do at White Hart Lane. First things first, injecting a spot of positivity into proceedings.
Here's Huddleston, he's through. Does he have the strength to see it through? Here's Huddleston. Defoe! 5-1! There's Berbatov, he's through again. It's Berbatov! Berbatov makes it 6-4!
From propping up the division, not only had Spurs become more confident, but they had bounced firmly into a safe mid-table spot with a view to a European position come the end of the campaign. Not only that, with a triumph away at Eastlands over Manchester City, only the semi-finals stood between Spurs and a trip to the new Wembley for the very first time. And it just so happened to be Arsenal waiting for them.
Genius goes for goal! It's in the post and it's gone in! Put into the far post! It's an own goal! Keane's through on goal! It's Keane! It's 3-0! It's Keane! Back to Lennon! Is it 4? It is! Genius is in the box, chance for a fifth! It's Melbourne! It's 5-1!
Not only was it Spurs' first win over Arsenal in any competitive form since November '99, but it was Spurs' biggest win over the Gunners since April 1983. It didn't matter that they were a bit preoccupied going out of the FA Cup to Manchester United, only defeating the worst Premier League team in its history and squeaking through to the last 32 of the UEFA Cup between the semi-final and final of the League Cup. Spurs were going to Wembley and they were meeting another nemesis. Tottenham Hotspur had won a trophy for the first time in 9 years. What next? Well, the makeup of the team was changing already. Alan Hutton and Wembley hero Jonathan Woodgate were the fresh faces in that January, with Jermaine Defoe departing for Harry Redknapp's Portsmouth. After limping to 11th place in the league and a harsh last 16 exit in Europe to PSV, the club went big once again. In through the door, Aurelio Gomez, Roman Pavlyuchenko and Verdran Chorluka, and when they weren't being acquired, it was David Bentley, Giovanni Dos Santos, and certainly last but by no means least, a certain Luka Modric. These were exciting times for Tottenham Hotspur.
His hips is Dawson, it looks as if he's going to chip it in, but Giovanni's lurking as well. But it is Giovanni! Oh, what a strike!
And yet they found themselves ripping up and starting again, barely a year into the Juande Ramos experience. Spurs have been wounded by exits like Dimitar Berbatov, Robbie Keane and Paul Robinson, with Sunderland ripping out the depth of the squad with what papers would call a triple swoop for players like Tainio, Chimbonda and Malbranque. Then on the final day, as they panicked and failed to sign Kevin fucking Doyle, Younes Kaboul was sold in what was an all-time mental transfer deadline day. So no wonder they hadn't cobbled together a win by the time Harry Redknapp was earmarked to take on the role of Tottenham Hotspur manager. Redknapp, the type of guy to be a prolific landlord for shit rental properties up and down the country, but not that bothered in raising the rent every year. But enough about his finances, he was Spurs manager and finally he was the one to make the White Hart Lane faithful dream, and the one that started to make White Hart Lane a distant memory. He got Gareth Bale firing on all cylinders, he got the club into the Champions League 4 years after they should have, and whilst there they embarked on famous nights in Milan, Milan again, and Madrid in reaching the quarter-finals. Spurs were there with the ability to turn a top four into a big six, and finally the promise of this new continental model had been realised. Yeah, it took a hit when Redknapp was distracted by the prospect of the England job in 2012 and when his succession was completely botched. But even in the undercooked reigns of Andre Villas-Boas and Tim Sherwood, there were some positives to take. The former signed Christian Eriksen, the latter handed a debut to Harry Kane, and the pair kept Spurs in Europe, which was a far cry from what the club had been used to in the 1990s and much of the 2000s. Then of course, Maurizio Pochettino came along in the summer of 2014 and revolutionised the club. But the man that made his tenure at White Hart Lane possible, people like Bill Nicholson. Go check out the stuff we've done on the greatest Spurs manager here. If you were told to mention the greatest teams in the history of Italian football, you'd throw in clubs like Juve, Milan, Inter, maybe even a Napoli or one from the capital. You'd mention players like Baggio, Platini, Zidane, Maradona, Totti. But they're not the greatest calcio ever seen. This is, and it's the story of Il Grande Torino, the best football team you've never heard of. Torino, the football team, was set up in a beer hall by a couple dozen Swiss men in December 1906, after Turin, the city, had been introduced to football with a football and cricket club in 1887. In their first official match, they beat Juventus 2 years after the Bianconeri had won their first league title. Juventus were at the forefront of a movement in the city that tied together sport and business, with the Agnelli Empire connecting the two together. Torino had some catching up to do. They were armed with Vittorio Pozzo as coach, and once the Great War had ended, Torino looked to have finally caught up. They had an organised youth squad that produced enough talent, known as the Ballon Boys, named after the academy's founder Adolfo Balloncheri. In 1923, they won an international tournament in Paris. 3 years later, the senior squad moved into Campo Torino, and in 1927, a first league title was won. Except it didn't stick, as Torino was expunged of the championship on suspicion of bribery. Nonetheless, they only had to wait a further 12 months, winning the last title to be regionalised from Genoa in 1928. A year later, Italian football was whole thanks to the FIGC and its Viareggio Charter. On one hand, they gave Italy what they wanted, a national competition. On the other, they put the fascist shutters up, banning all foreign players. In this new era, housed in a liberal city walled by fascists, Torino competed regardless. Their foundation was work by Presidents Luigi Paisa and Enrico Moroni Cinzano, and the 30s were preceded by a successful tour of South America. The horizons were never as bright as they promised, though. When the time was called on the 1930s, all Torino had to show for the decade was the 1936 Coppa Italia win over Alessandria. In the meantime, their neighbours had ascended to incredible heights, winning 5 Scudetti on the bounce. It was new age calcio and a dominance that not even Genoa or Pro Vercelli could cobble together as the forebearers of the game in the late 19th century and early 20th century. When Juve couldn't win any longer, Inter and Bologna picked up the ball and ran with it. Torino, Mia also rans. Changes were around the corner. A former Toro youth player, Ferruccio Novo, became the president of the club. On his own, he likely wasn't going to be enough of a needle mover, as Torino's recent history proved. He needed revolution. He got Erno Erbstein was born in May 1898 in what we'd call Romania nowadays. Back then, it was called the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He grew up in Budapest and, inevitably for someone his age, found himself young and enlisted in the Great War. Erbstein was well educated both in the classroom and on the football field. A job in half-back, he turned out for clubs such as MTK's youth team and BAK, they themselves who were jobbing enough, a perennial mid-table team. He continued to work as a stockbroker alongside his football, but snagged his first professional contract in Vicenza in 1925, only for outside forces to get into the way yet again. The Viareggio Charter that helped create Italian football as we know it was just about to be signed. Great for Italian footballers, less so for Hungarian imports. The charter gave clubs a year's grace on any longer-term contracts, but given Erbstein's was on a rolling basis, he was effectively banished before his Italian career could begin. And in a sick kind of way, football was better for it. It meant Erbstein could return home and be conscripted for a tour of America with a Jewish football team that would become known as the Maccabees. Hakoah Vienna had popularised North American football tours, and the Maccabees voluntary relegation on account of their finances. Bouncing from pillar to post, Erbstein caught himself in Sardinia with Cagliari, where he first tasted relative success. Promotion to Serie B was achieved in 1931 before another 13th place finish could be attributed to a glut of injuries and poor away form. Unfortunately, politics culled his time on the island and Erbstein returned to Bari, where he lasted just 6 matches. So much for one of the most influential football managers that the sport has ever seen. Since he was going to be paid regardless, Erbstein sat out the remainder of the 1932-33 season and watched from afar as Bari got relegated. He quickly found himself a suitor, however, and it was a springboard that he needed. Lucchese came calling in the summer of 1933, and it was here where Erno Erbstein finally had some time to breathe. On the training pitch, his methods were rudimentary by today's standards, but incredibly effective at the time. He got players to train with a smile on their face, drilled them to be as two-footed as possible, and got his players to pass into space as opposed to into feet. Consequently, the team were more fluid, they were happier, and they moved the ball quicker. He played in the WM he had been paralysed by in North America, which essentially boiled down to a three-man high-press defence and a three-pronged attack either side of a four-man midfield, what someone from Tifo football would call a 3-box-3 in 2024. This was football during the 1920s and 30s, thanks to the tactical evolution by Herbert Chapman in Britain and the change in the offside laws in 1925. Except nobody had bothered to tell Italy how to play it. Therefore, Lucchese stormed through into Serie B at the first time of asking and very nearly got promoted immediately to the top flight. Erbstein's Lucchese had one of the best defensive records in the 1934-35 season, but his intended counter-attacking football hadn't been as vibrant and prolific as he had hoped. Vinicio Viani from Fiorentina was signed in the summer of 35, and he changed all that. His 34 goals sent Lucchese up to Serie A, where they impressed further by finishing in the top 7 of Italy's top flight. Erbstein's side went unbeaten throughout the entire season at home and were ranked alongside Inter and ahead of teams such as Juventus, Milan, Genoa, Lazio, Bologna and Torino. In an example just to show it isn't a modern day phenomena, Lucchese had their spine ripped apart by the vultures of Italian football, when Danilo, Michelini, Libero, Marcini and Bruno Neri were all sold to wealthier teams. It turned out to be the least of Erbstein's problems in the upcoming 1937-38 campaign. During that season, Italy withdrew from the League of Nations and Benito Mussolini quickly published the Manifesto of Race. In a time of anti-Semitism, this gave the mandate to conduct a foreign Jewish census. For Erbstein, a Jewish man who lived in a fascist stronghold, he was quickly removed as Lucchese manager. Having bolstered his reputation immeasurably at Lucchese, he tried to remain in Italy but was rebuffed by Lazio, predictably on religious grounds. He found a liberal safe haven, however, and could still reside in Italy as a football coach, so he moved north. Erbstein had landed at Torino and things were much different here. Yes, the budget was far greater than what Erbstein was given in his one true successful job at Lucchese, but he had been given peanuts all his life and had made an incredible three-course meal out of it. He instantly utilised the breadth of the budget given to him by signing those undervalued players that could make a difference at the top level. He was playing Moneyball before the Hollywood Golden Age had even got into full swing. Walter Petron was a 20-year-old inside left plucked from the second-tier outfit Padova. Giovanni Godoni, a more experienced centre-forward for Serie C club Piacenza, and Aldo Oliveri followed him in net from Lucchese. Erbstein had transformed the latter from a no-name to Il Gatto Magico after his heroics in helping Italy win the 1938 World Cup. Erbstein continued the work he had set out at Lucchese. He got Torino playing good football using the system that he wanted them to play and had placed stock into both mental and physical well-being of players. Before each match, Erbstein would perform the Deadly Hour, which was a full 60-minute outline of how his team were going to play. They were fitter than any team they came up against, they were more intelligent than any team they played against, more prepared and quicker than any team they played against. One problem was Vittorio Pozzo, who had a monopoly on the tactics that Italian football played and was still highly regarded at Torino, since he was a former coach there. He, unlike Erbstein, had considerable credit in the bank since he had become the first World Cup coach to win 2 titles. Pozzo's word was gospel and he set his team out in the Sistema tactic, which is a WW shape or 2-3-2-3 for people who like numbers. What Erbstein wanted was something slightly different, the WM or 3-2-2-3. It would be an ideological battle that Erbstein would win in Torino, but not just yet, and surprisingly, it was an ideological battle that he would win in Italy, eventually. But again, not just yet. Erbstein's first iteration of Torino won 2/3 of their games, so this is probably the reason why people think of him as such a successful and instrumental coach, right? Not exactly. His first iteration of Torino constituted 9 matches. It included a plucky win of Triestina thanks to 2 saved penalties, a 4-goal battering over Erbstein's former employers Lucchese, and 2 thrashings of Bologna and Napoli, who ran in higher circles in Serie A. Just 1 week after he had accomplished the latter of those victories, he was forced out of a job. The anti-Semitic laws of the day had ended another one of Erbstein's jobs prematurely, but this time there was no way back. This was 1939, and that of course meant sweeping fascism from all sides in continental Europe, and this wouldn't be a mere postponement of Erbstein's career. This was life and death. But it wasn't supposed to be. It was supposed to be a simple transition from one job to another, like when he was forced out of Lucchese. After all, he'd gotten himself a job swap. He was supposed to go to the Netherlands and work for FC Dordrecht. So, in February 1939, Erbstein, with his wife and 2 young kids in tow, travelled north via train with his Dutch working visa in hand. Close to the German border, however, they were stopped by guards. Their permits and passports were torn up and thrown out of the window. Erno Erbstein was not going to the Netherlands just yet. They tried a second time a month later, fresh visas, again to no avail. After a month of the 4 of them in lodgings with 100 other people in a building meant for 10, they gave up. They weren't going for third time lucky and now had to travel the arduous journey from Dusseldorf to Budapest. Home sweet home, Erbstein kept up the textiles business he shared with his brother and continued to keep in contact with Torino via President Ferruccio Novo and his assistant Roberto Copernico. He even managed to sneak back to Italy a number of times. Unfortunately, Hungary proved to be home not so sweet home. With the German war effort faltering, they did what any failing government did, blame the other on this occasion being Europe's Jewish population. The 1940s should have been a prosperous time for Erno Erbstein's football coaching career. Instead, he had false documents made for his family and turned himself into a labour camp before he could be caught and killed. There he caught his first stroke of luck in years when the prisoner in charge of Erbstein's work detail recognised him from when he was a sergeant in the First World War. With the power turned over into the hands of his orderly, Erbstein was repaid. He was now able to make regular phone calls back to his family and to Torino. The fate of both Erbstein and his family bottlenecked to a frightening conclusion of 1944. First, his family had to escape a safe house and go on the run. Simultaneously, Erno Erbstein alongside fellow coach Bela Gutmann plotted their escape. Soon reunited with his family and armed with more false documentation, the Erbstein family waited for World War II to be over so they could return to Italy. They did so in a timely fashion as Hungary changed from Nazi rule to Soviet rule. But what was left of Italy in a post-Mussolini world? Torino couldn't continue Erbstein's fine start to the 1938-39 season, eventually ceding control of the championship to Bologna. Torino continually faltered as Ferruccio Novo continued to pine for Erbstein's return. He made baby steps in the interim. Arnaldo Agnisetta was recruited as general manager to help modernise the club off the field. They redoubled their efforts in the scouting department by recruiting former players as scouts, and they now covered the entirety of Italy. Consequently, the youth squad was reaping the rewards, and one of the first great talents was about to be harvested, Franco Ossola. The 1940s were born, and Torino continued to dance around a top 6 position by playing entertaining football and not winning the Coppa Italia. Juventus were harvested for half of their transfer yield in the summer of 41, and Torino kicked on thanks to the goals of Guglielmo Gabetto. 1942 meant second place, the closest Torino had gotten for close to a decade. It was a sign that Erbstein was right and Ferruccio Novo was right to insist on his team playing the Erbstein way. Torino didn't lose to the champions on either league fixture, but the crucial tie came away to Venezia. Arguably, it was the most important match of Torino's history. Expected to win to keep up their title challenge, Torino were comprehensively beaten, and it was down to Venezia's engine room of Valentino Mazzola and Ezio Loic. The pair, said to be a long-term scouting target by Erno Erbstein himself, were quickly signed by Torino that summer for 1.2 million lira. With those players in midfield, Torino playing the right system and now confident they could win the league, things would never be the same again. So, Valentino Mazzola, not only Torino's best player, but a contender for the best player Italy has ever produced. A total footballer who could play in any position and was almost literally the beating heart of Il Grande Torino. The mere act of rolling his sleeves up, combined with a raucous crowd behind him, would signify the start of a phase of play called Quattro d'Ora Granata, i.e. the blood-red 15 minutes. Essentially, this was the time where Torino would stop what they were doing and just decide to absolutely batter their opposition. Given the literal world war taking place throughout the continent, the fee did trigger outrage at the time. Ferruccio Novo was not deterred, however, and in following the pair was Giuseppe Grezza from Triestina to complete the midfield. It didn't mean success, however, because of that sneaky little fuck we call Vittorio Pozzo. Pozzo had given the aforementioned fresh batch of Granata midfielders their international debuts in April 1942, and they had dazzled in thrashings of Croatia and Spain. That, combined with his allegiance to Torino, Pozzo sidled up to the Torino chairman and told him he should get the team returning to his style. You know, the style that Torino ditched and started to challenge for leagues without. This was Italy after 1938. Nobody was going to doubt Pozzo, despite the reservations on high from both Novo and Copernico. In Pozzo's pocket, Torino started horribly, with losses to Inter and Livorno. Not good Inter either, Inter who had just about staved off relegation. Thankfully for all involved, Novo and Copernico grew a pair of spines, reversed the changes, and with Andras Kutic installed, he was told to return to Erbstein's system. They pumped Juventus 5-2 and never looked back. Ezio Loic and Valentino Mazzola returned to Venezia to defeat them, and the machine kept on chugging through Serie A. It didn't matter that Kutic didn't last long and his successor Antonio Gianni didn't particularly have much input. Torino were winning in spite of their coach. They had a novel system and incredible players with a presidency in tune with what they needed. An early title showdown turned up in January 1943, and Torino's 0-0 draw with Livorno kept the two sides deadlocked. They would remain so until April the 4th, when the Granata overturned a banana skin of a match against Atalanta, whilst Livorno lost out to Roma. Whilst Livorno would have their deficit in approach to the final game and put the pressure on with a final day victory over Bari, this was Torino's time. Who else but Valentino Mazzola on 87 minutes to deliver Torino's second ever league title. The FIGC, in their infinite wisdom, meant that this season was not over. The latter stages of the Coppa Italia were left to be completed. No matter, Milan were twatted 5-0, Roma dispatched 2-0 before a bloodthirsty 7 minutes in the final sent Venezia packing. Torino had done the domestic double, and it would be the last official football played in Italy for 2 whole seasons. World War II had finally enveloped Italy. Turin's industry ensured it was a prime target, but it was exactly that industry, namely Fiat, that kept the players of both Juve and Torino safe from the front line during the war. However, it wasn't all quiet on the Italian front when it came to football. Torino versus Juventus played out what was supposed to be a friendly during the tail end of the conflict, long after the fascismo of Mussolini had been ousted, and it only created more conflict. The derby would go down in history not because of any tactical brilliance or any individual ingenuity, but as the derby of the pistols, for numerous on-pitch scraps that were violently halted by gunshots from the crowd. Both teams licked their wounds, nobody got seriously injured, but the flames of an intercity rivalry were sufficiently fanned. Ferruccio Novo kept himself busy during the war by filling out the Torino squad. In from Genoa came a new first-choice goalkeeper in Valerio Bacigalupo. Venezia were raided once more, this time for defender Aldo Ballerin. Eusebio Castellano added to an already abundant midfield, whilst former youth players in Virgilio Moroso and Mario Rigamonti returned to the fold in defence and midfield respectively. Before finally, Luigi Ferrero was appointed as coach, the last placemaker before Novo got the man he wanted in the dugout. Did the FIGC decide to ease Italian football back in after the war's end? Not exactly. They decided on a rerun of the Pistols derby when Torino travelled across town to be defeated by Juventus. It would be a Turin versus Milan battle for the title as Serie A was gingerly assorted into 2 divisions before a final stage between 4 northern teams and 4 southern teams. Given that quality was still concentrated in the north, the 8-team final phase was as cut and dry as ever. In this phase, Torino showed slight inconsistencies when they would slap teams for 7, Roma and Napoli, but also contrived to let in 6 at the San Siro. The title would go down to the wire again, and it meant Juventus and Torino at the heart of it. Juve travelled south to Naples, whilst Torino hosted Livorno, with both sides deadlocked. 2 north versus south sides, a playoff between Juve and Torino seemed almost inevitable. Torino were Torino. They bludgeoned Livorno, scoring 9 whilst they awaited news from Naples. Thankfully, Napoli were the best of a bad southern bunch and actually gave Juventus a game. So much of a game that when the scoreline was read out at the Philadelphia Stadium, blood-red roars filled the arena. Juve had drawn 1-1. Torino had won a second consecutive title. Already, it wasn't enough. Torino and Ferruccio Nova were drawn in by the glamour of the foreign friendly. Torino were always going to be the less affluent than those from Milan, and whilst they shared the city with Juventus, they weren't owned by Italy's most profitable company, Heroes return in Turin. Erno Erbstein's outfield was made up of a full complement of Il Grande Torino stars in a 3-2 triumph over Erbstein's native Hungary. It continued a streak that the national team would be dominated by Toro stars. 6 featured against Austria, 7 against Switzerland and 9 in another fixture against the Swiss. It wasn't just because Pozzo had strong links to Torino, they were undeniably the best players in the country at the time. They wanted more. More meant Sauro Toma being added to the squad that summer, and such was the overabundance of talent in the Granatini, 5 youth players were exchanged as part of the deal. This season kicked off not with Serie A or a domestic game, but against a Catalan 11 since the Torino fame had spread to Barcelona. Nobody batted an eyelid that it might have been a distraction when Bari took Torino's scalp early on in the season, especially not when Torino just ran roughshod through Serie A again. 10 points of difference the prior season was bolstered even further to 16 points. If we translate that to how the table would look through our modern day lens of 3 points for a win, Torino effectively won the title by 24 points. That's never been matched in the history of Italian football. The only time it has come close to being emulated was under special circumstances of the 2006-07 season when Inter beat Roma to the Scudetto by 22 points, a season where Juventus were missing because of Calciopoli. They scored 19 more goals than the prior season, shipped 2 fewer, and Valentino Mazzola and Guglielmo Gabetto converged on 47 goals. Roma and Salernitana picked the ball out of their net 7 times, both Lucchese and Triestina were hit for 6 before the coup de grace of a 10-0 hammering of Alessandria. A 4-goal lead at half-time in that match was not enough for the Toro crowd, baying for blood. Baying for the blood-red shirts in front of them to exact some more damage. In a scene usually reserved for a late-game push to overturn a deficit, a bugle was tooted in the crowd, Mazzola rolled up his sleeves, and Torino swept in the remaining 6 goals at an alarming rate in the second half. It was football from another planet. They dropped just 1 point at home against Juventus. They overturned deficits as much as 3 goals against Lazio. Valentino Mazzola even proved he could do it all by seeing out a game against Genoa in goal after their goalkeeper had been sent off. The only choppy waters of the campaign emanated from Erbstein's month-long suspensions for failing to control his players in a fiery Turin derby in October 1947. Even that wound up with the happy ending of the coach being able to smuggle his family back into the country with a scouting mission on the side. It led Joseph Fabian, the only foreigner in Il Grande Torino, to be signed. The return Turin derby led to more sent-off and more brawls, but this time the coaches escaped punishment. Gloss on that particular weekend could be found thanks to Leslie Livesey, the new youth team coach who retained their trophy from Geneva's Easter tournament. Livesey was working in tune with Erbstein and sung from the same hymn sheet in regards to player conditioning and training. So the well-oiled machine kept going, and it was thanks to the weekly contest where the senior team played the youth setup every Thursday. With goalkeepers switched, it gave a more even keel to some of the more difficult matches the senior team would play throughout the season. Not all youth tournaments had a silver lining, however. After losing in the London Olympics of 1948 early, Italy attempted to fly back home, only for the plane's brakes to malfunction. Incredibly fortunate to survive, the players escaped with barely a scratch. If that wasn't ominous enough, Torino's enjoyable pre-season tour of Brazil, in which they took in Palmeiras, Corinthians, Portuguesa and Sao Paulo, was bookended with turbulent trips across the Atlantic Ocean. That same week, a flight across the Atlantic crashed and killed all 75 people on board. Il Grande Torino were lucky. Still, they began the summer of 1948 by marching on relentlessly. They found their attempts to freshen up their squad met with Serie A resistance. They were no longer willing to help out the dominant force in extending their invincibility streak by selling them some more players. Nonetheless, Erbstein found his players from Serie B in a young duo from Casale, Rubens Fandini and Piero Operto, two experienced attackers from the French league in Ruggero Grava and Emile Bongiorni, and one from Czechoslovakia in Julius Schubert. Livesley has gotten himself a promotion as well to first-team coach. It felt as though Torino could not be stopped. As 1948 dragged on, it felt as though the only thing that could stop them was themselves, as Valentino Mazzola got itchy feet at the amount of money he could be making over in Milan. When an offer from Inter worth 4 times the amount that Torino were offering was stuck under his nose and a young family back home needing to be fed, it was more than tempting. Others could be sweet-talked by Ferruccio Novo. Mazzola was beyond that. The contract was up in the summer of 1949. All seemed resolved as the season continued, as the club survived being paid late by Novo. They survived the threat of strike action, and Mazzola never did get his transfer to Inter. That remained in the works for the summer of 49, and Torino had seemingly squeezed yet another year out of their talisman. Results never wavered on the pitch throughout it all, through the litany of midweek international friendlies that the club rattled through, or through the slew of long-term injuries suffered to key players. Those players would eventually come back, and the friendlies were eventually put on ice. In November of 1948, the club temporarily pulled the plug on their jet-setting schedule so they could properly concentrate on the business end of the season around the corner. This wasn't a vintage, relentlessly dominating Torino, leading by double figures points tallies, so they had to reach into the tank and breeze away from their nearest challengers without a distraction. And so, of course, they did. But ultimately, it almost seems futile to talk about the 1948-49 season, as Il Grande Torino tiptoed into 1949 as winter champions. It wasn't a vintage season, but in this elite esteem, Torino had still gone 18 unbeaten. They rode the wave of 6 years undefeated at the Philadelphia, which edged closer and closer to a century of games. They were penciled in for the Copa Latina that summer, signifying that they had well outgrown their boundaries when they were due to take in a 4-team tournament also featuring the champions of Portugal, Spain and France. By late February, the earlier choppy waters of the season were calmed. The Granata led the league comfortably, and Ferruccio Novo even got himself a position high up in the FIGC. On and off the pitch, there was the likely reality that Torino could have pulled even further away. Novo's position got him seated at a post-match banquet when Italian celebrations were high after an international victory over Portugal. Here, the entire course of football history changed. Lubricated by a good mood, Novo was approached by players from both Italy and Portugal, his own Valentino Mazzola and Portugal's Zico Ferreira. They had one request. Ferreira was due his testimonial, and he wanted Il Grande Torino as his opposition in Lisbon. The only problem was, it was slap bang in the middle of the title race in Italy at the start of May. The proposed date was mere days after a trip to the San Siro, where Torino would meet their title rivals Inter. Novo tentatively agreed under one condition: if they lost to Inter, Torino would not be going. Fast forward to the first day of May 1949, and Torino held on for a point, which kept the status quo at the top of Serie A. The gap was 4 points with 4 matches to play, and Toro remained odds-on favourites to win a 5th championship in a row. Mazzola had missed the game due to injury, but Zico Ferreira had his word that he would make the testimonial. So on May 1st, 1949, they flew to Lisbon for the match. Ferreira's Benfica won the game by 4-3 as Romeo Menti scored an 89th minute penalty for Il Grande Torino. Before the flight back to Turin, Luigi Cavallero, one of 3 journalists on board, wired his article for La Stampa that concluded, "May the clouds and the wind be favourable to us and not shake us too much." 5 p.m. local time on May 4th, 1949, a 3-engined Fiat G212 with 31 on board began their descent into Turin. The wind and the rain was joined by the fog on an unseasonal day in the north of Italy. 1703, Pierluigi Moroni radios into the control tower to announce that the outskirts of Turin is in sight. 1707, after several failed attempts to connect with the aircraft, one final message is relayed, which says, "Visibility is 0. If you wish to land, it must be blind." The plane had stormed through the clouds and into the Basilica on Superga Hill that lies on the outskirts of Turin. One can only assume that the fog cleared in time for the pilot to see the Basilica without enough time to properly avoid it. All 31 died. It included 4 crew members, the tour operator, 3 journalists, the physio, 2 members of the Torino board, first team coach Leslie Livesey, manager Erno Erbstein, and 18 members of Il Grande Torino. Monks from inside the Basilica were met with an almighty scene of 31 mainly charred bodies. The only clue to who these people were lay in the pristine cargo at the back of the plane via club kits and memorabilia from their trips around the world. Vittorio Pozzo had the incredible task of identifying the bodies by the only means necessary: wedding rings, socks, shoes, or other clothing. 500,000 mourners turned out for the funeral procession 2 days later. In the coming days and weeks, family members would receive postcards from Portugal from footballers they had already buried. At some point, the show had to go on, as it always does. The FIGC awarded the title to Torino, and their final 4 opponents, Genoa, Palermo, Sampdoria and Fiorentina, all agreed to play their youth teams against what remained of Torino. Guido Vandone, Umberto Motta, Sergio Marit, Lando Macchi, Oscar Ferrari, Sergio Lusu, Luigi Giuliano, Andrea Francone, Giuseppe Marchetto, Antonio Gimarino, Alfio Balbiano. They lined up in the Granata of Torino 11 days after the crash. They wore the numbers of their heroes on the back as hundreds of thousands saw them complete the season in perfect fashion. What if Benfica kept true to their approach to Bologna for the testimonial? What if Torino accepted Espanyol's idea of playing Milan in Barcelona on May the 5th? What if Torino flew to Milan instead of a foggy Turin? All stories in a universe that sadly didn't happen. The Superga air disaster not only killed Italy's best ever football team, but it killed the competitiveness of Italian football. Only 14 times has the Scudetto been won by a team not called Juventus, Milan or Inter since 1949. It also set the national team back a couple of decades. The Azzurri, who were all set to be rampant favourites in Brazil at the 1950 World Cup with a large Torino contingent, contained 2 players from Torino, but players who had been bought in the aftermath of Superga. The Players' Championship was over before it begun after they understandably decided to ferry across the Atlantic. They were eliminated after just 1 game. They wouldn't play a knockout game of competitive football until 1968. Playing inside right that day in the semi-final of the 3rd ever European Championships against the Soviet Union, Sandro Mazzola, the son of Valentino. As for Torino, they wouldn't be top of Serie A again until 1967, and have won just 1 Scudetto since, in 1976. The youth team were talented, but they were rushed into senior football far too quickly amidst a city and nation in deep mourning. Most of these youngsters wouldn't have a sustained career in the top flight of any league, never mind Serie A, without the support of Il Grande Torino. Only 8 youth players would be retained for the first team in the 1949-50 season as they finished 6th, 21 points behind Juventus, who beat them at home, Torino's first defeat at the Philadelphia in 6 years. Ferruccio Novo, who had attempted to expedite the process in creating a new Grande Torino, eventually ran out of energy and stepped down as president in 1953. The Philadelphia was abandoned in the 60s and knocked down in 1997, leaving no remaining monument except on their last resting place up on Superga Hill of Il Grande Torino. But it is important to look back on how important this team were. Erno Erbstein is incredibly an influential figure in football. He had introduced a style that was already prevalent in Austria and Hungary at the time and challenged the status quo of Italy successfully. Il Grande Torino should stand alongside those before them, the Scottish team who passed the ball instead of dribbling in the first ever game of international football, and the Wunder team of Austria in the 30s, right through to the magical Magyars of the 50s, the insatiable Brazilian sides and the 4-2-4 and beyond, to the total football of Ajax and the Netherlands, as well as the modern day figureheads of Pep Guardiola, Jurgen Klopp and Marcelo Bielsa. Indro Montanelli put it best. Writing for Corriere della Sera, he wrote of Il Grande Torino, "Heroes are immortal in the eyes of those who believe in them, and that's why the boys believe that Torino's team is not dead, that they are just travelling." For the other side of the Turing coin, why not click on this video, the origin story of Torino's city rivals, Juventus.